Let's have a wait for everyone to get here. I had a stream set up for fucking 3 days, and when I went live, it all went balked and all went shit, and I had to recreate it and come back in again. Not great. Let's see whether we can't balance this up. Not really. Hey folks, I am gonna wait maybe 5 minutes and see if anybody finds me. That was the most ginormous fuck up yet, I think. It wanted to go live in portrait mode, and I didn't. And it wouldn't let me not. So I'm just gonna sit here. I'm gonna sit here and hope that people find me eventually. We'll give it a minute. Oh, look at that, 4 people. That's incredible. After just a minute, I had to create a new stream. The whole thing was just a big fuck up. Apologies, folks. Thumbs up if you could, and I'll see whether chat's got anything for us. Sign of nature. There's an overlay over the top. It looks like it says Just Soli Angliae. Something about the sun and East Anglia. I don't know. No idea, mate. I need English. English! Give me English! I've been messed about right royally there by the YouTuberisms. That was redonkulous. So apologies. Let me start first, I guess, by explaining Friday night. I created the stream. I did as I always do. I settled down to have like an hour and a half nap. And I woke up 5 hours later and job was fucked. Basically, I woke up as the stream would have been finishing. So that was no good. Having done the 10-hour stream, which turned into 11 and a half hours on Tuesday night, you would have thought that a relatively short 3, 4, 5 hour stream should have been no problem. But apparently my body needed sleep, and decided that Friday night was it. And then today, Friday night stream was still set up. I just changed the start time, the date and time, and I just went to start, and it wanted to be in bloody portrait mode. And it went straight live. It didn't give me a chance to change settings. It went live. It was a mess. I had to recreate the stream, folks. I do apologize. Hopefully we will be joined by the people who are watching out for the stream, the regulars. They'll be arriving in the next minute or two. I hope. We shall see. But that was all very messy and not up to my usual standards. Now I am just laying here in bed. It is me and the doggy. We've come on an hour or two earlier on a Sunday night than we would normally do, just to just to what? Just to, I guess, as a kind of a, in some way, an apology for the Friday night not happening. But also it's just something to do, isn't it? Something to do, somewhere to hang out. If you're as kind of bored and lonely's not the word, but if you're, I don't know, if you're missing people, if you don't want to go down the pub and spend lots of money, if you just want to spend some time with some people, then you're here. I'm here, my doggy's here. She is tunneled under loads and loads of blankets and things. Probably not. Okay. Can we say hello to the people? Oh, you're not even under the covers. You're around the covers. Hold on. I'll put you back under. Are these are not very bright tonight, are they? That's interesting. Or is it that something's not as bright as it normally would be? Is it that? I can turn it up full brightness, but it's I feel that we're missing some light. Something isn't as bright as it should be. Oh, okay, that was a different thing. Let me quieten that down and stop that happening again. What do we call it? Do not disturb. That's the mode on the phone. Tablet will still do what the tablet does, but that's okay. Okay, folks. I was about to introduce you to my co-star, but she has decided to run away a little bit. Hey, babe. If I turn the camera around and put the flash on, hey, will you talk to the people for me? Or are you gonna hide? Hey, turn this way. Just a little bit. No, no, no. Hey, I'm not forcing. I was just guiding. It's okay. I know I don't like to push you around. You don't always like to be seen with this light. It's a little harsh. Hey, babe. Say hello to the peoples, will you? Say hello to the peoples. No? You prefer to duck down and hide away. That's my Tina anyway, folks. I don't know how much of her you saw there. But she's in a shy mood today. She wants to be under the covers, nice and shy. I will endeavour to accommodate her wishes. Hey, babe. Tina goes underground. Yeah, I know. Okay, you're not in the mood for the peoples yet. Maybe later. Oh! Okay, folks. I feel like I'm in the dark myself. I don't feel like these lights are doing their job in the usual manner. I did get them charged very, very early today, but they should be as bright as normal. It should all be. This feels too bright in my face. Down a notch. Talk to me, folks. Who's out there? Who's there? I've only got Sign of Nature talking to me. Is the earlier hour not conducive? Have I not got my normal crowd with me? Or did the alerts just not go out? That's always possible. Or the fact that that I just had a false start with the stream wanting to be in portrait, having to recreate a new stream. Could all be factors, couldn't they? Could all be factors. Let me get a time check. Just after 8 o'clock. We wouldn't normally be starting until 10. So yeah, maybe that. Maybe we're just a little early. Thumbs ups if you are out there, folks. Okay, let me do the intro. We're 8 minutes in. I guess we can do the intro. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be your eponymous hero here. Down and out, well, that's homeless. A hobo, a vagrant, a tramp, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets. Perhaps, in my case, in a field. Nowadays, in a tent in a field. It's okay, babe. It's okay. It's okay. I got you. It's just fireworks. It's no problem. No. Hey. No problem for you. Tina's okay. She doesn't like fireworks. You don't like loud bangs. It's okay. They're not too far away, but they're not close enough that the iron filings are falling on the tent. But they are a little bit. They're fairly close, but far enough away that we're not getting the iron filings raining on us. Okay. Tina's okay. Early is good. Roger likes early because he sleeps. He's one of these early birds. I'm a night owl. I'm up until 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. I don't think Roger quite goes that late. He prefers earlier. So we've got a few others out there that are like that. But yeah, no. My weekend. How's the weekend been, folks? How's your weekend been? Mine's been a little bit. It's kind of just passed me by. I've slept an awful lot. So it wasn't just Friday night that I slept through. Sleeping through what should have been the show on Friday evening. I've slept more or less the whole weekend on and off in big chunks. Roger was up at 4 a.m. today. I walked Tina. I walked the doggy at 4 o'clock. It's my new thing. We have now. We now do a midnight. Well, not a midnight. We now do a 4 a.m. doggy walk. 3, 4, 5 o'clock, somewhere around there. Whatever time I wake up in the night, if I have snoozed off, we'll have a. It's become necessary. Let's just say it's become necessary to have a midnight or middle of the night walk. Yeah, it's new to our schedule, but it's helping things. It's helping keep things better, cleaner. I'm not going into details. You all know that Tina's body is failing her, and she sleeps in the bed with me, and it can be difficult when things go wrong. Yeah, that's all I'll say. So yeah, I am a 24 hours a day kind of guy. I don't get a big sleep normally. That the other night, Friday night, falling asleep for kind of 4 or 5 hours is unheard of. I normally sleep in like 1 or 2 hour blocks at most, and often as little as 20-minute chunks, because I'm outside, because there's a main road with drunks and all sorts come by, because there's a little track alongside me and I've got cars that come down that will stop, and historically we had the police and all the other crap going on. I don't I don't sleep well. I don't sleep in big chunks. So taking a nap at kind of 8 o'clock on Friday night and waking up at 2 in the morning was fucking ridiculous. Absolutely redonkulous. Totally unheard of. Um, I thought about going live and just doing the program anyway, but who would have been there at that time? I don't know. That Look at that. I'm yawning already, folks. That's no good. I've come on early by what 2 hours. What time have we come on at? I've come on at 8. I would normally come on at 10, and I'm yawning already. After as much as I've slept this weekend. This is not real. This is because I'm talking about yawning that makes me yawn. It's a psychosomatic thing. Fairly sure. I have got my tripod behind the let's have a look back there. There's a tripod, the 3 cans that carries the lantern. As dull as it seems. I got the beer that I'm on, which isn't much, and I've got the beer that I'm gonna have momentarily. Those are Aldi's beers, the Carlsquell. Danish, I think. Wow. Are they actually Danish, or are they just using that as a name? I'm not sure. Give me a second. Alcohol, 5.6%, these ones. I didn't know that. There's the ingredients. That's... Hold on. Elaborado pour. So that's by Brasserie Champignolios. No. Rue Gabriel Bourg. Francia. French. I would have swore that the name Carlsquell was going to be like Danish, or maybe, I mean, German at a push. But I would have gone Danish, my guess. 5.6% though, that's not bad. I didn't know I've bought the wrong ones. I thought I was buying the basic beer, and I bought the Especial. Maybe that's related to how much I've slept this weekend. Maybe I'm drinking stronger beer. Who knows? So Roger, DJ Son, why were you up at 4 a.m. today? What was that about? I didn't finish my intro. Fuck. Okay, let me go back. Okay, the channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, we covered That's Me. Down and out, we covered tramp, hobo, homeless, blah 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 blah. Lots of synonyms for homeless. Like Nick Nolte, down and out in Beverly Hills. That's where we're going. Or if you're actually like a literary person, young Eric Blair. What was his pen name? I remember the real name, not the pen name. He did Down and Out in London and Paris. 1984. Come on, Animal Farm. Him. Can't remember his real his pen name. I got his real name, Eric Blair. Anyway, here I am. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain. Costa Blanca South, if you will. About 50 minutes south of Alicante, 50 minutes north of Murcia City. And yeah, here we go, folks. What we got? We got someone saying hello. Oh, Mashtag arrived. Hello, Mashtag. Michael Mashtag. Oh, Gary, great Gary. Hold on. Everyone came through at once. You guys all holding hands or something? Great Gary says hello. Mike, hello. Can you say to my daughter, Regan, she is on the phone with me. Hello, Regan. Hello from a tramp, for what it counts. Your dad wanted me to say hello, and here I am. Smithy, evening, Mike, Tina, and everyone else. Good evening. It is evening, isn't it? Did we say 8 o'clock? Yeah, and 20 past 8 now. I was a little late. Well, I'm early. Well, I'm 2 days late. Am I early or am I late? I'm 2.5 days late, and I'm a little bit early, and then shit went wrong when I got on the phone, the tablet. It was trying to force me to do this thing in portrait mode, folks. Trying to do a port, and I tried to change the settings and ended up cancelling the stream and having to create a new stream. All a big fuck up. I haven't had this in a while where I couldn't change the direction, change the portrait landscapiness. Direction's not the right word. But I can't think of the right word, and so therefore we'll have to stick with that. I couldn't change the direction. What's the better word? Come on, I'm a techie guy. I can talk about screens and screen sizes, resolutions, and the other word that's like resolutions, but it's to do with it's not there, it's gone. What the fuck is that word? No clue. Absolutely no clue. Orientation, resolution. No. No, you caught me with one of my blanks. You see, folks, the people ask me why I came to Spain in the first place, and it was this. I had this doom. I had this feeling that my brain isn't what it used to be, and I know it's not, because when I try and do Sudoku and things now, things I struggle with that I used to not struggle with. Something's wrong in my head, and I can feel it. I detect it. I know it. I know that I'm not as sharp as I once was. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a dullard as yet, but something's wrong, and I know something's wrong. So I came abroad to enjoy a few years of relaxation before things get bad. In what now it's gone slower than I thought it would. I thought I was heading for some sort of fucking severe retardation, some sort of severe dementia. It's not that. It's slow progressing, but I know it's there. I feel it. I sense it. When I do Sudoku, when I look at the easy one now, the easy one's a struggle, and the hard ones that I used to fly through the hard ones. The hard ones I don't finish anymore. I don't get them, and that's a worry. That I was sharp, and now I'm not. I don't have the focus. I don't get there. When I'm doing quizzes, you've seen me try and pick a word, and I can give you 3 or 4 clues to get you to the word before I get to the word. Trying to give myself clues to a word. That's been happening a long time now. Anyway, let's chuff up, let's cheer up. You don't want to know about how a tramp in a field is not the sharpest tool in the box. Yeah, I don't know, folks. Let me scroll, let me scroll. What do you think to Spain granting asylum to 1 million Africans? Well, so our friend Roger here is trying for it. Whilst it was definitely brought in as a thing for Africans, they couldn't specifically say that. So they leave the gateway open for other illegals. And I'm monitoring the situation. As I understand the rules, I don't qualify. You're supposed to be able to prove that you can earn a living here. And the typical way that they expect that to be done is by admitting that you're currently working illegally. And therefore you can legalize your situation and you know, be earning. Now, what the Spanish government say is that everybody will suddenly be earning full rates. So if you're illegal and you're earning, if you're working on the black, unfortunate phraseology, but the black economy is what it's called, not because of race. But if you're working dodgily, you typically get less than the normal wage. The government thinks that by making everybody legal, suddenly all the employers are going to pay them a normal wage. So instead of paying them €4 an hour, they'll all suddenly start getting €8 an hour as the normal minimum wage or whatever it should be. I think if you're suddenly legal, you'll suddenly get sacked. I mean, they don't want to pay you that much. There's a reason that they're paying the black economy. I don't. But anyway, the rules, as I understand them, to get your NIE or TIE, as it would be for me, the rules are that you have to prove that you will be able to support yourself. I can't. My dog being disabled, my inability to move away from my dog through the day. I can't leave her for 8 hours at a time. What do I do? Maybe I could do some kind of internet work, like, maybe I could start my old company back up and start doing web design and things. I am 10 years out of date in my knowledge, so my skills would not be what they were, that not be as up to date. Now I can learn. I can get back in and learn, I guess. But I don't know. It's up in the air. And I don't have the money to be contacting a solicitor and starting the process. So I'm kind of monitoring Roger's progress and seeing where I go from there. Knowing full well that the system that's been put in place was designed for an entirely different ethnic group. So yeah, I think it's a mistake on the Spanish government's part. I don't see it working out the way that they think it's going to work out. I don't see all those people suddenly becoming legit taxpayers and getting a proper full real wage. That seems like cloud cuckoo thinking. That seems. Well, I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. But it doesn't. It doesn't strike me that you can give kind of a carte blanche to an entire illegal class, to an entirely illegal economy, and they're suddenly just going to become tax-paying citizens. It's not in their nature. If we look at Minnesota, it's not in their nature to become legal tax-paying citizens. They'll look for the next weave, the next duck, the next dive. They're ducking and diving. Or is that me being racist? Again, far right, Nazi. Just because I didn't like Star Wars. I did. I loved Star Wars. I grew up on Star Wars, the original trilogy. The prequel was a little disappointing, but okay. But the sequel trilogy, that's where the big disconnect comes. And that's when I became a racist, misogynist, transphobe, sexist, all the ists and all the phobes. And I put my hand up and just say, yeah. Yeah. Rey was shit. There's no way she picked up a lightsaber for the first time and within 5 minutes defended herself from a fucking Sith Lord. It's just ridiculous. It's redonkulous. We all know it. Does that make me sexist? Misogynist? The lad had trained for 20 years. And she'd picked up a lightsaber that afternoon. And she held him off. She defended herself. From Luke Skywalker's nephew. Princess Leia's son. Han Solo's son. Trained for 20 years. Turned to the dark side and become a baddie. She picked up a lightsaber for the first time and held him off. Really? You don't have to be a misogynist to say bullshit on that one. Anyway, enough. I've done that one to death. So this was Oscar asking about the Africans and the Spanish giving them a free pass, giving them an NIE number, a tax number. EU apparently not happy. The most of the EU are starting to turn. I was watching Asmongold this afternoon, the big march today in Manchester, wasn't it? Where they were saying get them out. It's fun, Matt. You're early now, but also behind. Yeah, I'm 2 days late, mate. I'm 2 days late, minus a couple of hours. Is it 2 days? It was supposed to be Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. Yeah, I'm that guy. Roger this morning couldn't sleep most of the time. It's hard to sleep well I struggle to get any kind of big sleep, as I was mentioning earlier. I normally sleep in 20-minute increments, isn't the right word, but in 20-minute blocks. Um, I have a YouTube video playing away. When the YouTube video stops, that's when I wake up. Literally, the silence is what wakens me. Or drunks going across the main road on their. They're always on these fucking electric scooter things, shouting at each other at 3, 4, 5 in the morning. Oh, we get the odd car come down the road. Sometimes they come down pipping horns. There's one person down here who likes to take the piss and honk his horn because he thinks it disturbs me. And I'm awake anyway. It's not. The guy's a dick, and he thinks. Obviously, you've got a house at the bottom here. You don't want a tramp on the road. So you're trying to disturb them and make them move away. I can understand that. But I'm awake already. You're honking your horns doing fuck all. Maybe one day I'll be ready for it and I'll come out with a brick and maybe a windscreen won't survive. I mean, who knows? But most of the time, yeah, honk your horn away. I mean, what do I care? It doesn't fucking affect me any. Um, More likely to disturb the other neighbours, the people on the main road or the people who do live down here. Eh, people are stupid. What can you do? That reminds me of a Boy George. War is stupid and people are stupid. Isn't that one? That was one of his. Country Club. War is stupid and people are stupid and love don't matter? No, that doesn't sound right. Da, 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 da. I don't know. Can't remember. Long time ago, mid-80s, early 80s. Farmer was welcoming me there. Okay, and then he welcomes uh, Roger and Gary and Smithy and Mash Tag, Sign of Nature. Okay. Your brain all right, Mike? Age related is everybody. No, it's not. It's not just age related. It's more. It's a more severe drop off than that. I know it's a more severe drop off than that. The pub quizzes. I used to do pub quizzes, and then I got to the point where I spent longer trying to explain to the other guys on the team. I spent longer giving them clues than answering the fucking questions. So I felt the decline coming, and I'd already me and the wife had split up a few years earlier. Um, I was spending too much time down the pub in the Owl's Nest in Morecambe, well, Bear Lane. Um, and yeah, no, I could feel this thing happening with my head, and I thought I'd come out here. I thought I'd come. I'd been here in the past. I'd really enjoyed it in the past, and so I came out here to enjoy my dotage. Um, it's not quite my dotage, but as we head in that direction, I guess. Now, who would have known that COVID was going to happen and then banks were going to get silly and then my bank was going to decide that I'm not me? So, for anyone out there who doesn't know the whole story, my bank decided that I'm not me and therefore I can't have my money. And the only way for me to get my money is to go back to the UK and to my specific bank branch with my passport and 3 or 4 other items of ID. And then they'll release my money. But the police here decided that I can't leave the country because I'm such a wanted criminal. Yeah, a couple sat next to me in a bar, in a terrace, and said, "You must move, we don't like dogs." And I said, "Fuck off, I was here first." And it got a bit shouty. And because of that, the police won't let me leave the country. In what seems like the most ridiculous fucking shit ever, but there we are. That is the fucking story. And so now I live in a field because when you don't have money and you can't pay your rent, your landlord tends to not let you stay in the house. Who knew? And then your friends get suspicious of you, turn their backs on you, start calling you a liar. Yeah. And they invite you to leave their house and go and wander off into the wilds. Which you do on August the 14th, 2022, I think it was. Is that the right year, 2022? I left a friend's house, walked down the steps, and went to live in the wilds of Torrevieja. 2 months in the park, and then when I got moved on from there, 3 years and 3 or 4 months here. Three years, 4 months in this field, I think it is, isn't it? And 2 months in the park. August the 14th would have been Valentine's Day. 6 months before Valentine's Day, and 3 years. So there you go, folks. That's the story of how I became what I call a tramp. And I know I'm a little bit performative with the terminology. I got some people who object to me using the word. There was one lady a couple of months ago who went absolutely ape at me calling the poor unfortunate guy in the park, in the field, a tramp. And I had to carefully, well, not very carefully, I got explosively, expletively fucking telling her to mind her own fucking business. I said, it's me, you daft cow. I'm calling me a tramp. How dare you call that poor unfortunate guy a tramp? How dare you? It's me. I will call me whatever the fuck I want, and how dare you police my fucking speech? For anybody new here, I do not allow my speech to be policed. I have said on about 5 or 6 occasions, I have said the N-word on here just to prove that I fucking can. Not at anybody. I'm not racist. I'm not, well, maybe I am, but I'm not too racist. I would never use that word directly. I did once. But I'm not normally racist. The one time I did use the word that I was just referring to, the guy was trying to con me. It was one of these telephone call fucking scams. So I felt entirely liberated in unleashing, let loose the full extent of my vocabulary. And I did call him that word. And some other words. If you're going to insult somebody, you might as well fucking insult them properly, is my position. And words are just words. Unlike Cher, I don't believe that words wound sometimes. So that was a good video. When she sat with that ribbon, the ribbon goes right down over the boobs and down between the legs, and she sits over the cannon on the side of the ship. Gun rather than cannon. But words are like weapons, they wound sometimes. They're just words. If they wound you, if you take it to heart, so that's on you, that's not on the person saying the words. More of a believer in sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never harm me. That was the one that my mum and dad taught me when I was 7. And I got called some fucking right names because I had a facial deformity, as we've discussed here a few times. You can probably find my x-rays, if you search for cherubism and look at the x-rays, that come up, some of them will be me. I was a focus of learning documents, of teaching documents and teaching colleges and universities. Charles Clifford Dental Hospital in the 70s and 80s. I was their pet guinea pig. I now look back on and kind of think that a little bit. I didn't mind at the time, but I'm not sure that we were there for any benefit of mine. I was taking days off school. My mum was taking me 2 and 3 hour bus rides each way. So imagine a 3 hour bus ride, and then you're there all day, and then a 3 hour bus ride home, and you think that you're getting some benefit from it, and then you find out later it was all for their benefit. It was all for the teaching hospital. It wasn't for you. You got no benefit from it. You couldn't possibly have got any benefit from it. They were just monitoring, measuring, and teaching the next generation of dentists and dental technicians and yeah, orthodontists. That's the word I was looking for. Orthodontists. It wasn't for me. It wasn't for my. It was at our expense and at our time, but we got nothing from it. We couldn't get anything from it. What the fuck could they do? So your bones are just fucking blowing up, and you've got a face like a fucking, I don't know, a mong. I'm getting a bit down. Let's not do this. This beer's cold. This is nice. I like them when they're cold. A mouth that big and he misses. Fuck's sake. Let me scroll, folks. Who's talking? Your brain's all right, Mike. Age related, it's not just age related, mate. No, but hey, people talking. Zami, okay, Zami in North London, if I remember correctly. Did you say hello to Gary's daughter, Regan? A shout out, mate. I did. I'll do shout outs if anybody needs a shout out. I've done many a shout out to Christine, my mate Karen's mum. Karen's mum gets a shout out on here fairly regularly. In the 12-hour stream, it was at the 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 30 seconds mark, approximately, that Christine got the hello. Christine got a shout out. She's 13. She had a huge grin on her face. That's nice. She got a shout out from a tramp. I'm not sure why a shout out from a tramp in a field would be would be all that welcome, but okay, I'll roll with it. Gary is saying to Oscar, happening all over Europe except Poland, Krakow. I'm in Africa at the moment. What are we talking about? Is this the invasion? This is the people waking up to the invasion, I think. Farmer says, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and subscribe. I did all right there to say all that with no teeth in, eh? Basic knowledge is sound. New things are just a variation on what you know already. A lot of things are, aren't they? A lot of things are just variations, tweaks, improvements. I was going to say elucidations. Is that a word? That's a word. I think that's a word. I'm going with it. Gary was born in South Africa with families from Europe. Hold on, I'm going to go with... There's a name for them. The ones from Holland who are in South Africa. The Boers. We had a war with them around the turn of the century, didn't we? I'm not sure how we ended up on opposite sides. I'm sure. I know Mr. Churchill was a young soldier in the Boer War, either side of the of 1900, whenever that was. Not sure how we ended up on opposite sides, but it's a thing. It's history. Thank you. She was so over the moon to hear her name on YouTube. Well, I'm glad I got close to pronouncing it right, because I was a little bit unsure. Redonkulous. That's one of my words. Absolutely. When something's so ridiculous you can't believe it, it is redonkulous. Yeah. Far worse in Ireland and the UK, Gary, says Oscar. The invasion. Yeah. When you get a group that unite and that are hostile to the native population, and then that announce, we're going to take over, we're going to outbreed you, we're going to... And anywhere that that there's an election, the imam tells them who to vote for, and they vote themselves in because they're the majority now. And then they start saying, we want our laws and our rules. It's Ramadan. You shouldn't be serving alcohol. You shouldn't have outside cafes. We shouldn't be able to see you eating. Fuck off. Whose country is it again? I'm all for a bit of tolerance and a bit of, don't take the fucking piss. We are many. You are few. And if you want to call me fucking far right, I'm so far right, I'm fucking correct. Bah. Mike, have you ever thought of getting one of them seat commodes in the tent old people have? Say if you're going for a walk. I wouldn't know where to get one. I don't have the money to get one, but I'm all right just going into the bushes for now. I have a bit of an issue in the bushes, but I'm going to take care of that in the next month or two. I'm going to buy something. There's a limit on what I can say here without getting myself in trouble. I'm doing things wrong at the minute. Let's say I always used to clean up after myself, and then I got ill, and I was running to the bushes like fucking 10 times a day, and a pile developed and didn't get cleaned away, and over time it developed. So now I need a way of shoveling it away, and I don't have a shovel. I've said too much already. I'm going to get myself in trouble. I did make an honest attempt at always cleaning up after myself, folks. I think I dosed myself. I think I was infecting myself, and I was running there every fucking half hour, and I just couldn't be bothered picking it up all the time. I'm going to buy a shovel. Let's just say that. I'm going to buy a shovel to tidy up. I've said too much. Thumbs up, folks. Before they arrest me for leaving a mess. I don't know. Getting a commode. That was Mashtag. That was Michael Mashtag. Okay. What's a commode? Asks Gary. It's a chair that you sit on and poo in. Just googled it, lol, no worries, yeah. Link above the song Mike mentioned. You're becoming a grey man blending into the background. Are you talking about my lighting, or are you talking about me in general? I'm trying not to be too observable by people walking past. daughter was on a video call. Okay, she can watch the actual stream if you give her the link. She can see the fat old man saying hello. Tommy Tombstone arrives. That was Tommy Tombstone. 2041. Hold on. 41. That's a quarter of an hour ago nearly. Fuck. That's how far back I am, folks. Scrolling. Was betrayed by a so-called mate. Has made me cautious and suspicious of people now. Yeah, you gotta be careful who your friends are and how much you trust them and how much you let them know. You know who your friends are when you have nothing. You see who stays by your side. So many people have told me this. My mate Joby tells me tales of when he had money and he had people swarming all around him. And then when things went sideways, there was nobody. Well, there was one or two people who would take him out for a drink every few weeks. You know, 1 or 2 beers on a Friday afternoon or something. But yeah, it's when you've got nothing that you find out who's who. It's easy to maintain friendships when you've got money in your pocket and you're, hey, let's go. I'll get us a meal. I'll get us this. Well, let's go do that. When you've got nothing and they just disappear on you. My problem was more severe than that. Some people. So I've told my story. The bank that won't let me have my money, and it was my emergency fund. So I had a normal bank account that was starting to run low, and then there was my emergency fund, my and it was when I went to get that, and the bank said, "You've never put any money in. You've never taken any money out. We've closed that account. It's dormant. You didn't use it enough." And I had all these people not believing that I had this second bank account. And talking amongst, he's lying. And if he's lying about this bank account, maybe he's lying about everything else he's ever told us about himself. We don't know. We met him 4 or 5 years ago, but we only know what he told us about him. Maybe everything's a lie. And that's pretty much how it went. A bunch of people that I'd known for 5 or 6 years. People that I'd literally defended from a storming fucking, what's the word? There was a guy who wanted to kick shit out of her in the park. He'd picked up stones and was wanting to... Who stood in between him and them? Muggins here. And then what happens? Or maybe everything he's told us is a lie. Yeah? Did he lie about standing in front of the man with the fucking rocks that wanted to throw them at you? People. Fucking people. I get angry just talking about some of these fucking things. Some of the positions I put myself in on behalf of other people. The time I saved the copper in the nightclub. 3 men kicking his head literally while he's unconscious on the floor. Who steps in? Me. Muggins here. What happens? I get beaten up by the police in the back of the fucking cop car later, in the back of the van, the Black Mariah later. I get bitter about shit, folks. I get bitter about doing the right thing for no reward, no, it's not even about a reward. It's just about not getting beaten up afterwards. The fuck? I've got no... I run out of... I step in where angels fear to tread, time and fucking time again. When the bloke was trying to break into the garage at the top of the road here a couple of months ago, and I get into a 2-hour stand-up knockdown fucking fist fight. And in the end, I ring the police because the guy's got rocks in his hand and he's threatening me right at my door. What's their response time? currently about 3 fucking months. They've not been here yet. But I've got the mayor trying to kick me out. I've got the police on top of me. I got the On the upside, I've got a beer. And it's a nice, calm Sunday night. So let's have a fucking quiet beer. Always be the good guy. Know that you're the good guy. And hope that eventually the rest of the world will come around and catch up to the fucking fact. It's lagging behind a bit at the minute, folks. 3.5 years in a fucking field. I've got a criminal record now. Never had a criminal record in my fucking life. I'm not a criminal. Until now. Don't know. Makes me ponderous, makes me think, it makes me consider not so much the long-term decisions I make in life, but the instantaneous ones that I take. The ones where I step up to defend people, where I get in between an aggressor and someone who's clearly not in a position to defend themselves. Stepping in where angels fear to tread. Always done it, probably always will. But it makes me fucking think twice. Makes me think twice. I don't know. How did I get here? I don't know how the conversation got here. Let's scroll. There's Marie. I see DM that you're in a bad mood. I wasn't. I just started talking and the conversation went that way and I talked myself into a bad mood, I think. Just because of how life is. I'm the nicest guy I know. And I mean that in so many different ways. I will help anybody, anywhere, anytime. I will put myself... I've told the tale about how I lost the last 7 teeth out of my mouth. A guy literally getting his head kicked in down an alleyway. I stepped in. I knew I was going to lose against the 2 guys that were doing the thing. I knew I was going to lose. But I had to stop them. The NHS was supposed to replace my teeth for free because I was the victim of violent crime. But there was a 2-year waiting list. And I had a business to run. I had meetings in a couple of weeks. I had to have a fucking set of teeth. So that was $2,000 gone. Scrolling. Gary showed her the live stream. Okay. 3-hour bus ride. Sometimes it's more than that. And remember how. Yeah. You know, it's Barnsley to Sheffield. It's about 25 miles. Shouldn't really be 3 hours, but morning traffic. The appointments were always for kind of just after rush hour, which meant travelling during rush hour, and we'd be there all day, and we'd be coming home at night in the evening rush hour, so a whole day into Sheffield and out of Sheffield. Yeah. Let's have a look here. What does that say? Phrase things. Sometimes it's more than that, and remember how you phrase things. Geez, that just busted 20. They just busted 20 government officials here in the Republic of South Africa for laundering 114 million rand. I haven't got from the education department. Oh, they're doing the Leering Centre thing. It's just like Minnesota with the Leering Centres. Register 100 kids, take government money for 100 kids, and none of the neighbours have ever seen a kid enter the building. The moment you publicise it, suddenly they've got 100 kids arriving the next morning. But nobody knows which door to walk in because they've not been there before. Yeah, we've seen the videos. We know all about the Leering centres. Yeah. It would hurt them if they just took the money back, even if not jailed them, just took everything back. Yeah. Hold on. Badan Kadonk. Okay, that sounds onomatopoeic. That's a drum hit. I'm guessing. Screw the people who aren't by your side. Don't let them drain. This is Gary. This is Greatest Gary. I think he is when you look at his name fully on YouTube. Screw the people who aren't by your side. Don't let them drain your energy. They can believe what they want to believe. Always the good people who get thrown aside. Yeah, it's just for 5 years these were my friends. These were my friends, these were my support network. I thought if anything ever went wrong, these were the people that I would rely on. And it simply didn't work out that way. When things went sideways, they were gone. Yeah. Gary's had an incident. He got in a coma. Fuck, I've not done that. I did get knocked out this one time. This time I'm talking about with losing the last 7 teeth. I was unconscious for about 30 seconds, but nothing serious. If being knocked out for 30 seconds is not serious. I done the same. Got in a coma. My face smashed with 8 guys, knuckle dusters, defending a girl who I didn't know, and whose boyfriend was hitting her. Yeah, it's been human. It's stepping in where others fucking fear to tread. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, mate. I don't know. I haven't really got a lot to add. I've got a Tina girl here. Where are you at? You were just shaking. Did something just go on? Let me. Oh no, you were just dreaming. Was it just a shaking dreaming? Okay. Well, one of these quilts, folks. The entire it's the first quilt, isn't it? The fabric. I don't know if you can see this. I shouldn't show you this really. I try and keep things looking decent around here, but oh, you probably can't see that. Let me turn it around and put the light on, just for maximum embarrassment factor. That one. That's the button. Here. Can you see that? The fabric's all split. Here's the fabric. The brown is kind of white stroke cream, but turning brown. But then that's so split. Every time I move, we're just tearing the outer layer and revealing the inner. I don't have the vocabulary. What's it called? The inner cotton. The inner. Whatever that stuff is. Yeah, there. Look, it just ripped again. The fluffy stuff inside the quilt is coming out every time I fucking move. Yeah, and again. I don't even know what that's caught on. But it's tearing every time I move. A little bit annoying. Only a little bit. Right, we're 1 hour in, folks. We're 1 hour in. Where eagles dare. Clint Eastwood, yeah? Clint Eastwood. Who else? All of them. Probably a Lee Marvin and the other one who looks like Lee Marvin. Oh, we've had this 3 times in the last fucking 2 weeks. Who's the one that looks like Lee Marvin but isn't? Oh, come on. There's probably a Telly Savalas in there as well, where eagles dare. There's probably a Telly Savalas. There's probably Charles Bronson as well. He's probably got the whole of the Dirty Dozen in there. Probably, maybe it's the same guys. Maybe it's not. Is that just my imagination? I imagine they're all All the Dirty Dozen and the Magnificent Seven, they're all in that same, they're all in there. Where Eagles Dare. Telly Savalas, Clint Eastwood. If it's not Lee Marvin, it's the one that looks like Lee Marvin. And I have got a device. Shush. No answers. So who sang "Wandering"? I was born under a wandering star. That's either Lee Marvin or the other one that looks like Lee Marvin. But I can't remember. And for the fourth time in 2 weeks, I'm going to type actor looks like Lee Marvin. And I don't want to see fucking Benedict Cumberbatch. Because that's ridiculous. And that's not how you spell Lee. It doesn't start with a fucking K. Hold on, folks. Hold on. You'll be sick of this same shit. I can't even. I've got a number 9 in the middle of looks. That's not how you spell looks. And like doesn't have an 8 in the middle. Looks like Lee Marvin. Here we go. Who is it? Not Josh Brolin. James Coburn is the one I'm thinking of. Here we go. James Coburn. Members of the tongue-in-cheek Sons of Lee Marvin group. He'd be the same fucking age. He's probably older than him. How could he be a son of? At least you didn't mention Benedict Cumberbatch this fucking week. It's the cheekbones, isn't it? That's too far away. It's not a problem. Movement outside, but either at the far end of the field or beyond the field. It wasn't close enough. You remember, was it last week I had to run out because I thought there was some fucker out there? This week, not so much. So did we get an answer? I've forgotten it already. We got an answer, but I forgot it. James Coburn looks like Lee Marvin. Or vice versa. Yeah. I still, my memory, hold on. Just remember a fucking name. Hold on. Because I'm remembering Josh Brolin, and that's not the one I want to remember. James Coburn, Lee Marvin. How are you going to remember those? Get me a memory hook. Give me something to fucking work with. Lee Marvin. My brother's a Lee. My second initial's an M, so maybe we can go with that. James Coburn. Lee Marvin. James Coburn. That's not going to be easy. That's not going to work for me. Don't know, folks. I haven't got there. The universe has ways of weeding out what is not good for you, Mike. So take it as a blessing that those people are gone. You're kind of assuming some kind of divine power or filtering that there's some kind of sense to it all and things happen for a reason. I'm not the biggest believer in that line of thinking. Always stepping to help and getting a shit. Yeah, I've some of my biggest traumas in life, some of my are stepping in to help other people. Richard Burton. He was in the film, but he's not a Lee Marvin or James Coburn lookalike. Lovely voice though. I loved Richard Burton's voice. To think that Richard Burton, and then what's the other bloke from the same town, from the same village, in Wales. Hannibal Lecter. What's he called? The actor. Oh fuck! Don't do this again. They're from the same fucking village. They're just like one generation apart. I'm not going to look it up because you all know who I mean. who looked like Lee Marvin, Margaret Thatcher. I wouldn't have gone there, Oscar. That's not. Wow. I wouldn't have gone. It's different from Benedict Cumberbatch, which was last week's fucking answer, because of the cheekbones. I wouldn't have gone Margaret Thatcher though. Fuck. Cheers. I done it again. Missed my mouth at the end. Married to Elizabeth Taylor, who said the best gift a man could give is ankles by her ears. Smart woman she was. Elizabeth Taylor, yeah. They married. Did they marry? Was it twice or three times? They kept marrying each other. Yeah. Indeed, they did. You all right over there, babe? Tina's okay. And which way up are you? Is this your head? It is. That's your head. I thought you were the other way up. I thought you were down by my ankles. I got a Tina in bed. Anthony Hopkins, of course it is. Fuck yeah, thank you. I needed the clue, but yeah, they're from this. I'm fairly sure, aren't they from the same village? And isn't it the one that the Prisoner was filmed in? Port Merion, Port Win, Port Merion, Port something or other. Isn't it there? Yeah. I do. I like a lot of those old. Those old. Wasn't she in She? Where they discovered the fountain of youth. But you can't enter it twice, or it takes away and you die. She. Who else was in it? I got a picture. Wasn't Stuart Granger? Was it? Or was it? I don't think it was. Who was in She? And was the character Alan? Is the one that Sean Connery's last film? Alan not Tremaine, Travass. Hold on, am I mixing shit up? I'm going to type in film and She. Quartermain. What was this? Hold on. Ursula Andress. No, that's not the film I'm thinking of then. Peter Cushing, Bernard Cribbins, Christopher Lee. Absolutely not the film I was thinking of. No. Well, a very bonny lady. No. I was thinking of one with a dark hair. I'm sure it was. Am I just wrong again? It happens once every 20 years, folks. I do get something wrong. I remember dark-haired. She filmed. "1935, that's too early, it's not that. 1985 is too late. I'm looking for a film with, what did I say, Stuart? Which way are we spelling Stuart today? I don't know. And I can't remember the surname. Granger, that was him. Stuart Granger. I'm sure it was Liz Taylor. Wasn't it? And I'm Stuart Granger, Liz Taylor. Let's not Bob Brummel. No, no. Oh, could it have been Montgomery Clift? Oh, do you know it could have been? Oh, guys, I've got no fucking idea. I'm lost. I'm lost in a childhood memory that isn't coming together with reality. Let me scroll back. Richard Burton, Elizabeth. Yeah, okay. Karen, hello, Karen. Karen arrived. How long ago was that? On the 16th, which is only 4 minutes ago. I'm not that far behind right now. We were talking about Where Eagles Dare, yeah, but then I went off on one, trying to remember some other stuff, but I got lost. I'm keeping scrolling. I got a burp waiting to happen. I've got some trapped wind trapped just there. Oh fuck. Oh. Oi, oi, oi. I do apologise, folks. These bodily things do catch up with me every now and again. Karen's just had a 2-hour car journey listening to the radio playing Who and What. Oh, Who and What Year. Oh, I enjoy trying to guess the year and the artist from songs that you've not heard in forever. He Who Must Be Obeyed is still Margaret Thatcher, not Ursula Andress. You got a Margaret Thatcher thing going on at the minute. Back to reality. And there's a link that I can't click, so I've got no clue as to what that is. It sounds like a Soul to Soul song from 1989. Back to reality. Soul to soul. Back to reality. A long time ago. 1989. I remember 1989 particularly well because I was in London and I was only 20. I was only just 20. Yeah. That was me in the smoke, me in the big smoke as a youngster. And then my little brother came down for a holiday with me. 7 years younger than me, he's only 13. And I had to go to work. We left him on his own in Tooting. Fucking Tooting Broadway. Spot the white man. Tooting fucking Broadway. Even back then, Oscar. Spot the white man. Yeah. Fuck. No, it was. How long ago was that then? 89. Was that 37 years ago? 36 years ago? Yeah, 37 years ago. 30. Have I got that? I'm not off by 10, am I? 89. You got all the 90s, the zeros, the 10s. Fuck. Yeah. As long ago as that, you could play Spot the White Man. Tooting Beck was even worse. So Tooting Broadway was still some element of white. Tooting Beck was. So you came out of the underground, and right next to the entrance to the underground was the pub, the Mitre, which is the Bishop's Hat. It's probably not called that now. Turn right and go along there up to Amen Corner, which was famous in pop music terms for another reason. That was a song. No, it was a band. It was the name of a band, Amen Corner. If you went that way, you went to Streatham, or you went this way to Tooting, the train station, rather than underground. We had two undergrounds, but the train station was just over the hill from me. but I stayed just this side. Lots of pubs with the name Bells in them and lots of gay stuff going on. If you were in London in those days, pubs with the name Bells, Bell or Bells, you had to be a little bit. You had to be a little bit careful, guys. You had to be a little bit careful. But yeah, make sure no one was following you in to the loo. I did. Oh God. Do I dare say this without sounding like a raging fucking homophobe? I did lay a guy out. The pub was called something like 6 Bells or 7 Bells or something. I went to the loo and this other guy went around the same time. And like an hour later, I went again and this other guy went again. And on the third occasion, I go to the loo and this same bloke fucking walks in. This time he walks up to me and tries the reach around. Fuck. I reacted. Whether I overreacted, we can argue about whether I overreacted. When I left, I told the bar staff there was a man unconscious in the toilets, and I just fucking walked out. Yeah, I've always questioned myself about whether that's an overreaction. Was I naive? Was I too young? Was I too stupid? I wasn't attacked, but I was grabbed when I didn't want to be grabbed. And, I don't know. So I left the guy Sparko on the floor. I told the staff, there's a guy unconscious in there. You might want to get an ambulance. And I just walked off. I never went back in that bar again. 6 bells, 7 bells, ringer bells. I don't fucking know. Bells. It had bells in them. All the gay bars, or all of the bars that had that kind of all had bells in them. I don't know why, but it seemed to be a thing in the 80s and 90s that bells equaled something else. Let me scroll back. Ursula Andress, Margaret Thatcher. Give you a hint, M&M's. Back to Kaif. I don't know, I don't get that reference. I have some new glasses for you with reactive light lenses. For who? For me? Really? That'd be nice. Transitions. The last reactor light rapide were the last ones I remember being a big deal for sun and what have you. It's not a overreaction. Someone already touched you, grabbed. It didn't hit. No, I think I kind of panicked. I could have said no and just left it at that, probably. But in my youth, remember, I'm 20. I'm literally just 20. I think I've mentioned once or twice before, I was a handy lad. I could fight. And I just launched. I just went and I didn't stop until he was knocked out. I think I overdid it. Probably. Yeah, I don't know. To me, it was frightening. I was reacting on fear. Rather than this just being someone wanted approach. In my head, it was an assault, but looking back, it wasn't really. It wasn't that. Wasn't that big? Wasn't that strong? Wasn't that violent? But it was an approach I didn't want, and so I exploded. And when I explode, I fucking explode. I came back out. I finished my beer. I said to a member of staff, "There's a guy unconscious in there. You might want to get him looked at." And I went. I didn't say it was me that had made him be unconscious. Andy's computer tube. People are starting to filter in now who might be in here at a more normal time. I started early today, in part as an acknowledgement of not being here Friday. Yeah. Andy was a 10th like. Thank you. I always appreciate it. The likes are always good. Balls deep bar, not suspicious at all. It's, yeah, you know. I was young. I've always looked back with regret. I've always thought I overreacted. Now I didn't want any of it. You know, I didn't want a guy reaching around and grabbing. That wasn't a thing. But did I have to leave him unconscious on the floor? Probably not. Probably not. But it's always there in the back of my mind. It's always haunted me. I think I've talked about it once or twice before, but yeah. Keith, Sign of Nature, Halsbury Law Book, Volume 11, page 401, under perpetuity. I need more context, mate. I've got no idea. Farmer welcomed Andy. The Flying Handbag was a great pub in Blackpool. What was that nightclub that used to advertise to us all as we were turning 18? They wanted us to come and have our 18th. Was it called something like the Palace? The Parade or the Palace? There was a nightclub there in Blackpool that would advertise. They got hold of our fucking date of birth from somewhere, and everybody was invited to come and have their birthday in Blackpool. I had my 18th birthday in the Blue Rhapsody in Morecambe, which is the same bar that I threw a drug dealer down the stairs from. Fuck. When I tell these stories, I'm sorry, if you're here for the first time, I am not a violent man. I'm just not. But this man invited me to partake of heroin one day, and I was just like, fucking... I just grabbed him and just threw him down the stairs. Heroin fucks your life forever. You dabble once, you're done. Just fucking no. Don't invite me to ruin my life forever, or I'm gonna throw you down the fucking stairs. No. So far, what have we done? I can't remember all the conversations today. I laid out the puff in the toilet. I've thrown a drug dealer down the stairs. Fuck. I'm not a bad guy, honest folks. Honestly, you're getting a whole life's worth of stories here in one evening. It's not that I'm always in big fights or I thought the bouncers were going to kick shit out of me. They come running towards me, and I went, whoa, he offered me heroin, and I just like, man, fucking no, not having it. And they just went, oh, all right, mate, yeah, no problem. Just like, fuck. So in the last 10 minutes, I've left one man unconscious on the toilet floor, and I've thrown another one down a full story of steps in the Blue Rhapsody in Morecambe. Later renamed the Gardens for some reason, but I don't know. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing, folks, if you wouldn't mind. You are watching Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike. That is your eponymous hero. That's me. It's not even my real fucking name. My real name you won't find out unless you meet me in real life. Everyone who meets me in real life or contacts me direct, more or less, I try and tell everyone my real name. If you watch TrampCast 001, you will hear my first name about 6 times. I was really bad at staying private back then. I gave it every time I talk to the dog. If you hear me talking to Tina and I say, Daddy, I give my real name. I was really bad at it. But Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me. It's my initials, DM, in NATO phonetic alphabet. D for Delta, M for Mike. That's how the NATO phonetic alphabet works for radio communications and so forth. It's not a big secret. I'm not hiding anything. I'd had one phone go bad, and some ladies bought me another phone a few months later, 5 months later, and I needed to just on the spot come up with something. I went with my initials, didn't work. Expanded it into the Delta Mike. That still didn't work. Delta Mike Torrevieja worked, and that's how I arrived at that was the short version of the YouTube name. Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja is the longer version. Down and out. A hobo, a tramp. I've lost my flow. How does it go? Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode, someone who sleeps rough on the streets, or in my case, in a field, and nowadays, in a tent. It's luxury. For quite a while there was no tent. There was no tent. So that's Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain, 50 minutes south of Alicante, and 50 minutes north of Murcia City. So yeah. So from Alicante, a lot of people go to Benidorm, which is about 50 minutes that way, kind of to the north east from Alicante. But if you go south, you end up here in Torrevieja. It's not a party town. It's a holiday home kind of town. So a lot of tourists, but not in the. It's not Magaluf. It's not. It's not that. But here we are, and I do have my little lady in the bed here with me. I think she's asleep at the minute. Are you, babe? Are you asleep or are you awake? Are you awake? Okay. You want to stay? Okay. I won't disturb. Sometimes I will shine the light on her and show her to the peoples. Right now, I think she prefers not. That's all right. Okay, folks. A good read, said Sign of Nature. I will backtrack some point soon. The Friday stream didn't happen. This is true. So I created the stream. I lined it up in YouTube as you do. And then I settled down with 2.5 hours to spare. I thought I'll have an hour's sleep, an hour and a half, something like that. And then I'll wake up and we'll do no. 6 hours later, I'll wake up at about the time the stream would have been finishing, and job was fucked. I wasn't going to start a stream at 3 in the morning. Yeah, no, the Friday night one, and in fact, I'll remind you all, folks, these things are not fixed. They're meant to be random. Actually, they've somehow ended up on a Friday and Sunday kind of trajectory as like a timetable. But TrampCast Hangouts are meant to be entirely random. They've morphed into something that's kind of expected on certain days and certain times. But it's not by any means guaranteed. It's not a fixed thing. I have at no time said they always happen at this day at this time. That's not how it is. And so I missed the Friday night one, and here we are. I started 2 hours early today as a bit of a recompense, a bit of an apology, I guess, or I don't know, something. I suddenly was in the mood. I'd not been in the mood all day today, but suddenly we got to mid-afternoon and I thought, yeah, let's go early. Why not? Let's do it early. And here you are, hanging out with a tramp early. 17 of you here, but only 11 of you have hit that thumbs up. Really? Why is that then? Are you not enjoying me? Are you new? Maybe you don't know me. Come and say hello. If you're new, I want people that are new to say hello. Heroin, not with an E. No, not the female hero. No, the other stuff. The druggy, drug stuff. Chuck Norris got nothing on Delta Fight Mike. Delta Fight Mike, Delta Force Mike. Now like I've said, in my youth, I was a fighter. I was a boxer. Back when boxing's no longer cool. Nowadays you have to be martial arts, don't you? It's all kickboxing and MMA, and I'm considered old. I'm considered old school. I'm an old fart because I just fight. I just box. Considered an old fart. Try and take me. Now, I did once step into a ring with some little Singaporean guy who kicked the fucking living shit out of me. Yeah. That's a story for another day. Got my ass handed to me. Had a bunch of guys pushing me on because why? Well, because I was the toughest of that bunch of guys. And this little fucker. No. I mean, I was in fucking jeans and a t-shirt, trying to box, and he was kickboxing away in a pair of shorts, and you know what I mean. It wasn't exactly equal. But my skills weren't in the kicking anyway. I was a standard pugilist. I was Marquis of Queensberry. I got my ass handed to me very quickly. Yeah, you know, these things happen. Not Chuck Norris. No. Don't throw her down the stairs unless it's to build character. The heroine, yeah, the female. Okay, I see where you went there. That's clever. Yeah, doing the heroine, she can be addictive. What? That's not what you're talking about. Never mind. Farmer. Okay. You're a nomad, Mike. Don't know where we're going there. I'm not sure. Keep cash aside in case they deport you for being British. I'm sure they'll deport me one day. I'll be honest. They should have before now. I could not have complained if I'd been deported. Now, questions around that. My possessions, my belongings, my dog. What happens if you get deported and you've got possessions? I'm assuming they're not ordering a fucking U-Haul. They're not arranging transport of all your goods. But if I was them, I would have deported me before now. Absolutely. In the same way we should be kicking Abdul out of the country. I should have been kicked out of here. At some point between Brexit and now, I was legal until Brexit, but at some point after Brexit, I mean, it's not like I haven't had interactions with law and the courts and things in the meantime. They've arrested me multiple fucking times. Usually just for missing a court date that they've not told me about, and therefore I don't get penalised or punished for. But I've had that interaction with them. They've had me in their grasp. If I was them, I would have evicted me. I would have ejected me. I would have got me out of the country. I would have. I don't understand why they haven't. I'm kind of grateful they haven't, because dog and belongings and things, you know. But being grateful for something doesn't mean that you agree that that's how it should be. If I was them, I would have kicked me out. Absolutely. Karen was off to eat. She'll catch us later on. Okay. I'll be back later if you're still going. I started early, I think 2 hours early, so normally I wouldn't have even started by now, would I? No, another quarter of an hour before I start. Yeah. Sprinkled around it with drizzle of olive oil over top, says Farmer. I must have missed something. Oh, do you know what? I haven't done the... Fuck. Oh, I have. I'm on live chat rather than top chat. I have done the thing. I have done the thing. Ejected. Did you say ejected? Just clarifying. Ejected, not ejaculated. Yeah, I think that's what I said. Although to burst forth to... I was on top chat. I'm not. I'm on live chat. Thank you very much. I remembered for once. I haven't done the warning. Okay, folks, let's do the warning. If you are watching this live here with me right now, which you are, there'll be some of you that are watching this tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, something like that. If you're here now live in chat, you want to have chat open, you want to have live chat. Live chat, all messages are visible rather than top chat, which is the default. By default, YouTube will hide 10% roughly of messages. You won't see them. And I'll be talking about things and responding to things that you've got no idea about, that you haven't seen. And that's no good, is it? You want to be informed. So whether you're here now live or whether you're here watching on catch up, you want to have live chat, all messages are available. Enough said. Okay. I'm gonna have to go for a wee soon. I feel the pressure building. It's not desperate yet. Probably within 10 or 15 minutes. We're only on an hour and 40. That's a little soon to be feeling the pressure, but I'm about to finish a cold beer. And having thus done so, we need to move the light over here. If you don't know, the lamp sits upon 3 beer cans, 3 full beers. And as we finish this one, the beer number 4, we have to put that into the tripod to support the lamp, the lantern. And we have to check that the cord is pushed in properly, and we check that we have a good contact and everything's stable. Nothing's going to fall over. If the lamp falls over because of the empty can, it'll take it can take the camera, the phone with it, and everything falls on the floor, and it's all calamitous, and it's a big mess, and we risk breaking things. Breakages are actually a possibility. Now, I checked the tablet's on 100%. Now, what that means is that this cable that was just plugged into the tablet can now plug into the phone, because the phone's down to 41%. So we can now plug that in and charge that up. Here we go, folks. Okay. Your 11-hour stint caught up with you. I think it did, mate. Yeah, I think that could be a part of it was 11 and a half hours. I only ended in the end because of YouTube's thing about not keeping a recording that reaches 12 hours. If you hit 12 hours, you don't get a recording. So my challenge of doing a 10-hour stream and then keeping going afterwards, and we did 11 and a half hours on Tuesday to mark 10 hours to mark 10 years in Spain, folks. That's how long I have been here. And most of it illegal, apparently. Everything after the first 3 months has been illegal. Shh, I won't tell anyone if you don't. Yeah, you're supposed to register for your NIE and for your what's the other thing? There's 2 things, maybe 3. You're supposed to register for fairly early on. You get your NIE number, you do your residencia, and then you do the other one with the town hall, empadronamiento. There you go. Look at that. Doesn't speak a fucking word of Spanish. You got to get yourself on the empadron, or on the padron, as the English kind of say. Used to be. So the Torrevieja local government, local council, if you will, they get an amount of money from central government based upon how many people live here. And almost everything you did, they made people register on the empadronamiento. Here's the thing. You're only supposed to register on that if you intend to live here permanently. So if you were here for 3 months at a time, go home for 3 months, another 3 months, go home, you should never have been on the empadron. But they made you do it. Every time you bought a car, if you got a gas cylinder, all sorts of nothingnesses, they made you register on the padron. And it was, and then they turned around and said, "You're not meant to be on the padron. You don't live here full time. We're going to prosecute." They started doing people. They started charging people for fraud, for being registered on the padron. That they made you sign up for every time you bought a car, bought a gas bottle, bought a this, bought a that, or bought a fucking other. They threw a 180 on you because the government caught on to what they were doing. And so suddenly they had to appear to be being tough on fraud on the padron. Spain, bureaucracy. It's a fucking world of its own. It's a law unto itself. It really, really is. Some of the stuff I've seen. Oh, I didn't open it. Look at that. I didn't open it. Carl Squell, folks. Carl Squell, special. I thought it sounded Dutch. Maybe German. Turns out it's French somehow. The name's got to be Danish, but it's brewed in France. Cheers. Cheers to all of you. Thank you for joining me here on a Sunday evening. I did start 2 hours early tonight just to try and, I don't know, try and bump up my subscriber hours or my viewer hours, I guess, because I didn't do Friday, did I? I wasn't here. I slept. I lined up a stream. I thought to myself, I've got 2 hours, I'll have a nice little nap. And I woke up literally 6 hours later, 5 or 6 hours later. I think I was chatting with Karen at like 3 in the morning. I'd missed the stream entirely. I'd had an alarm set, but I slept right through it. I always have an alarm set for half an hour before we go live. At a minimum, I can rush outside, like take Tina, walk Tina, pee and poo, do whatever, come in, get her back on the bed, grab a couple of beers, bring the EcoFlow over, set up, and go live. At a push, I mean, that's a stretch, but as a stretch, can be done. But this week, I just slept through it. I just no fucking. I was very, very tired, apparently. And I don't normally sleep in those 5 and 6 and 7 hour blocks like normal people do. I don't do that. I sleep in 15 or 20-minute blocks most of the time. So that was weird. That was weird. So your 11-hour stint caught up with you, said Sign of Nature. That's Keith. Yeah, maybe. Andy said, weird, my YouTube link vanished. I went live and then I had to end within like 4 minutes. It was trying to make me do the stream in fucking portrait. Yeah, so that might be me. It might have been to do with me ending the stream and start. I had to create a new one. Farmer, mix some ground beef, that's mincemeat to you and me, with onion, garlic, red pepper chunks. Okay, we're on our way to what, like a bolognese or something? Breadcrumbs. Okay, you're going to go with like meat pates, meatballs or something. Formed into a loaf and baked with some water and red peppers and garlic. Okay, sounds nice. Sprinkled around with red peppers and garlic, drizzled with olive oil on a loaf. So it is. You're going more meatloaf. Isn't meatloaf usually more solid? And then like wrapped in bacon or something. I don't know. Lentils, yeah, lentils are. I've used lentils as a substitute instead of the minced beef, ground beef, if you will. Only seem to get the green or the dark, the horrible coloured lentils here. I want the nice colour, the red lentils and stuff. But most of the supermarkets here, it's just the dull, dark, miserable lentils. I know there's not like a big difference in taste or texture. Just it is just colour, but I don't know. 425 for 2 hours. 425. You're going Fahrenheit. Basically, cookery temperatures you just have. Celsius and Fahrenheit are half or double each other. There's lots of maths you could do, multiplying by 1.8 and adding 32 or subtracting 32, all of that shit. But for most cookery type temperatures, halve it and you're within spitting distance of what you're talking about. So 425 is just over 200 Celsius, 210, 220. Where we got here? Hold on, for 2 hours. Baked with water that you allow to reduce / boil off. Delicious, Tom. This recipe and lentils as well. I would trust most Farmer recipes from what I've seen. He knows what he's talking about. The rains in Spain fall mainly on the plains. Also plains. No, they fall on me. Skull, said Tom, with his little symbol above the A. Skull. How long ago was this? Was I here? Did I do a cheers? Is that why you're doing cheers? Maybe I did. 21:55. It's currently 21:58. So it's only 3 minutes ago. Hold on. I'll do a cheers to you all, folks. Everybody out there. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for helping me spend some time on a Sunday evening, I guess. It is just chat. It is just chilling. Just me and you and Mr. Magoo. I don't know. We're just here. Just spending some time. Connecting, it says. This one is better with onions and garlic garlics and red peppers and things. The bread chunks, they all add a little moisture, increase the volume. Soak my lentils in water for 24 hours. I don't so much soak lentils, but chickpeas I soak. Lentils, I used to make the mistake of cooking lentils in tomato and I think it's one of you guys told me the acid prevented them cooking properly. So cook lentils just in plain water to begin with. Then you can add your stocks and your whatever once they're underway. Yeah, I think. But chickpeas I will soak overnight. A good 12-hour soak. They'll almost double in size, I think. Makes a big difference. Yeah. I am that pea that I said was encroaching on me is getting here, folks. I do boil them myself, store-bought jar. I don't. I do dry lentils and chickpeas are dry. I don't buy. Sometimes people will bring me, but I don't buy the jar. They seem well, they're very expensive for what they are. You don't get much for your money. I'm gonna do the microphone thing because I'm at the other side of the room there, and it's all a little bit, you know. Back in 2 minutes, folks. 2 minutes. Bear with me. And it's not a teddy bear. Sorry about that, folks. Doggy. I don't know, she managed to be in the way somehow. I had to go and empty the receptacle. I delivered way more output than I was expecting. And now that's not okay. Not closing. Okay. I got the soapy water. I'm doing the things. I'm doing the Tommy Tombstone eats lots of. I like a lot of pate. I like pate. Pate is one of those good, easy to grab. Even if it's not a meal, whether you've got bread or not, it's an easy to grab something or other, isn't it? Let me scroll back a bit. Hold on, you guys have been talking food while I was gone. Lentils you can cook from dry, they take 27 minutes. There you go. I've never timed it exactly, but yeah. The idea of whether to soak lentils or whether to just boil them straight off. I do soak them sometimes, but definitely chickpeas. Your garbanzos, you gotta pre-soak. In my humble opinion. Yeah, no, I don't do the jar that's already cooked. Although, when I watch cookery channels on YouTube, and they take the garbanzos, they take the chickpeas, and they rinse them and wash away the juice. That shit is prized in Spain. The aquafaba, basically bean juice, bean water. You would translate that as literally bean water. They prize that. They use that in meringues and stuff. You can use that as an egg replacement. So when you see them take the chickpeas out of the jar, put them in a fucking sieve and rinse them off, it annoys the fuck out of me. And I don't even do jarred chickpeas. But yeah, it's weird. Mike, do you enjoy liver and kidney? Yes, absolutely. Steak and kidney, livers and kidney. What's the other one? The stomach lining. Anybody? Give me the word. It's white. Tripe. There's the other stuff, the lungs, which are part of haggis. Lungs have a separate name. All of the offal. I like all of the offal. Anything. There's a word for the lung. But the lung is the reason that it's illegal in America. I'm not going to get there. I'm not going to get the word. Sometimes a word is on the tip of my tongue and I know I'm close, and other times I just know that I just don't have it. It's nowhere near. But yeah, I like offal. I eat I would eat all of an animal. I've been watching recently about eating chicken feet and even like the heads of chickens. I'm studying, I guess, for like prepper mentalities, like looking after growing shit. Yeah, and so eating everything, not throwing away half the animal, is a big thing with me. If you're going to kill an animal, you've got to use as much of it as you can. Don't take it. See, I've taken lives. The mice, the rats. There was a bird that I accidentally killed that time with a mouse trap. I killed a bird. I don't like the idea of taking a life and not making every use of it. You got to use all of it. Otherwise, what are you? Otherwise, you're being wasteful. What are you doing? That's wrong. Don't kill 20 animals to eat to the equivalent of 15. Use every bit up so then you don't need to kill as many. That's just obvious, isn't it? Isn't that just? We don't want to be killing for the sake of killing. We have to make. I can see where prayer and thankfulness for animals and things comes from. Now, I'm not religious and I'm not going to start, you know, thanks for this meal and for that meal and blah, blah. I'm not. I'm not going to do that. But I can see why that happens. I can see how you get there. And I'd have the same mentality of making full use of, if you're going to kill it, take all of it, and that way you don't need to kill extra. That's just obvious. That's just sensible. We're not vile machines killing just for the fuck of it. We're not. That's not what we are. Acknowledging that food, that meat comes from animals and that we are killing, and being the killer of the animals that you eat. Somebody has to. And you can hide it behind supermarkets and all the rest of the. You can, you can put degrees of separation between you. I think I would rather, tortuous as it would be, I think. So I've looked at quail, and I've watched people butcher quail. You take a pair of scissors, and you just take the quail in your hand. You take the scissors and you just chop its head off. Don't linger. Don't lurk. Don't hold it in your hand and pet it. The idea is, while it's alive, you gave it the best life it could have. But when it's time to go, it has to go. But don't hold the scissors there and hesitate and give it 30 seconds. Go. It's got to go. There's no... You're not helping by hesitating. Go. Do. If it's not you, it's someone else. And if it's a supermarket, if you're doing it at 5 orders of magnitude away, if there's all those degrees of separation, what does that change? You're still the meat eater. You're eating the steak, you're eating the rabbit, you're eating the pigeon, you're eating the quail, you're eating the chicken, whatever the fuck it is. I think I'd rather do it myself and acknowledge that that's what I'm doing, and then make full use of the animal afterwards. Certainly in terms of prepping, like if anything ever does go wrong with the world and supply chains and shit goes wrong, if you've got these animals yourself, if you've got let's say 20 quail, you can expand that. You can keep the eggs, you can breed them, you can turn 20 quail into 400 quail. Rabbits, you can turn 20 rabbits into 400 rabbits really fucking quickly if you had to. So if there ever was some kind of disaster, something goes wrong with the world, the people that have got the quail, the rabbits, the chickens, the whatever, yeah, you can scale up. You can scale up from it's enough for me to it's enough for the entire village. You could become the feeder of the whole village. Whether that's sensible to do or not, I don't know. But that's a question between you and your neighbours and everything at the time. Where are we? I'm scrolling. Found my soul food. Mike, do you enjoy liver and kidney? That was the one I definitely do. I do the I will eat the stuff that most people don't. Tongue. So we mentioned tripe earlier, but tripe and tongue and once upon a time oxtail, but that's now become a luxury fucking good. Don't you like how things that are the cuts that are looked down upon. They're pov foods. They're for the working man. But once they become trendy with the fucking rich man, oh, you can't afford that shit anymore. Oh, oxtail's not for you. Oh, it waved around the asshole of the cow. It basically flapped around in the shit. But now it's luxury and you can't afford it. Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oxtail. You can't afford it. Um, so I'm a one. Yeah, I go with all the cheap cuts and things. And snail. I ate winkles and whelks. Winkles, whelks. No, periwinkles are winkles. Winkles, whelks, cockles. Cockles we used to catch in Cleethorpes in the sand at Cleethorpes. Cockles, winkles. Whelks you'd have to buy. You didn't catch whelks yourself. But mussels, if you went somewhere that had substantial either rocks or metal in the water, you could get the mussels. There was a place in oh, where did we go? RAF Don and Nook had landing craft that had crashed during practices before Normandy invasion. So there was landing craft there that had that metal that all the mussels were attached to. There was also a place in Barrow, Walney Island. Walney Island had a couple of bays that was just solid full of mussels. Yeah, no, we did that. We did that. So yeah, catching seafood of our shellfish. Morecambe was famous for what was it famous for? Baxter's did shrimp, actual shrimp, not prawns, the tiny little shrimp. You get hundreds of them in a little carton, but he'd vinegarize them. He'd pickle them. Vinegarize isn't a real word. Pickle is. Vinegarize. What the fuck are you doing? Baxter's, he was really famous for his shrimps. So yeah, Morecambe, you used to get lots of seafood on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday in the pubs, pubs and clubs. Yeah. Grate in a soup, fry onions, tomatoes, add some garlic. See, I was never a garlic fan really until adulthood. I wasn't a fan of garlic prior to that. Yeah, you would just bread and fry certain things rather than garlic. Add water, whatever else makes it good. Yeah. Liver, kidney, other organ meats are the best things to feed a four-legged friend if affordable. They're the best for you, not just the animal, but for you. They're really good for you. Britain's always had steak and kidney pies. I mean, kidney is basically the urine organ, and yeah, we have steak and kidney has been a meal for 200 or 300 years. It's a thing. It's a thing. Steak and kidney pie. A pudding. In fact, this confuses Americans greatly. Steak and kidney pudding. So a pudding is a meal that you cook over steam or there's some definition that it doesn't catch everything that we call puddings, but like Yorkshire pudding, steak and kidney pudding, Christmas pudding. Pudding isn't. It's not chocolate mousse without the bubbles. The American the American definition of pudding is chocolate mousse without the bubbles. That's not what a pudding is. A pudding is something cooked over steam, cooked over the fire in steam, and it could be a suet pudding. It could be pastry. Steak and kidney pudding was a thing. Still is a thing. Um, it's a suet pastry that you steam rather than just cook outright in direct heat. You do it indirect with steam. Um, but then the Christmas puddings, the Yorkshire puddings, all of the puddings, who knows? I can't even remember all the definitions of pudding, but it baffles the Yanks, and I'm happy with it. Liver, kidney, and other organ meats are the best in free to four-legged friend. Yeah, okay. I just had ice bean, but they put liver with it, and I do not do liver, lol. So my pup got the leftovers. Ice bean, Gary. Is it a typo or have I missed it? Eisbein. Don't know. Liver pate is delicious, but liver never really enjoyed. I have hold on. I have had it. I have had it. Mother used to make. She masked flavour with about 2 pounds of onions. Okay, you got to hide it with a lot. Tom said I eat lots of pate myself. Just had the best one ever here in Spain with truffles. Oh, you're doing well if you can afford truffles, Tommy Tombstone. Wow. Eh? Truffles are they're expensive. You got to set your pig to go hunting them, haven't you? It's your pig that goes and finds them. Gary said, no, my neighbours used to cook liver and onion and I did not enjoy it. So I don't know why, but it tastes like it does taste like iron. Liver tastes, yeah, no, liver tastes like iron. It is very metallic because it has so much iron in it. Yeah, no, you're literally, the liver processes blood in its normal usage, in its normal role. It filters the blood of fats and other materials. It decides whether to store fat or extract fat. The liver, yeah, no, it's got a big deal to do with. I think it's second only to the spleen for how it handles blood. The spleen has a lot of blood passing through it. Yeah. My pit bull is rather pleased this evening. The liver he received, lol. He's going to fart all night now. Haha. That was Gary. Farmer to Gary. Yeah, that's why I said 2 pounds of onions. She'd make it for the iron, but didn't like it. Didn't like it. Ate it. Oh, you ate it because of the onions. Okay. Damn, now I'm craving gherkins and caper berries. Capers are not berries. Capers are flowers. Interestingly enough, it's literally a flower head. Anyway, yeah. Soaking some of these foods is a good habit. See my comment about bags of lentils from India, and that's just Pak. I assume Pakistan. I just remember the smell. Ha ha ha. Says Gary. We do lung mash in Norway too. It's a lot like haggis. Okay, lung mash. Offals are awful, sorry. Offals are awful. Okay, that's farmer. Black pudding, yeah. You see, things like haggis and black pudding are a lot alike in some ways. You're not tasting the thing it's made of. You're only tasting the spices that are added. Like a lot of sausages. A lot of sausages are. You're mainly tasting just the salt and pepper and paprika or whatever's been added. Black pudding similarly, and haggis, you're not tasting the oats and the brains and the heart and the lungs. You're tasting the spices that were added. Black pudding, garlicky, savoury flavour. I don't know about garlicky. I guess it depends where you're getting them. Maybe in Spain and places there would be garlicky. Not so much the UK. But yeah, there's a lot of pepper and other stuff thrown in. Chicken feet in South Africa are called runners. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they're, obviously you're going to be left with that cartilaginous inner, but the outer, yeah, you can eat the outer You can scrape that off with your teeth. Yeah. Yeah. Do you like haggis, Mike? Asks Sammy. I do. I love haggis. Very much. Has it happened already? We've had Burns night, have we? I think it's been and gone. I think it's been and gone. Is it early February? Let's find out. I know we've got Chinese New Year any minute. Probably had that already as well. Burns night. Let's have a. Now, I lived in Dumfries January 25th, so it's well gone. We're a month late. I lived in Dumfries where he was from. Is that right? Hold on. There was Penrith and there was Dumfries. Fairly sure it's from Dumfries, and there's a placard on the door. Burns, Robbie Burns, Robbie. And I'm going to type Dumfries. Dumfries. Hold on. Whoa. Robbie Burns statue, Robbie Burns Centre, Robbie Burns. Where did he live? He was on the high street, wasn't he? Before moving into the heart of the town, yeah, so he did live in the heart of town. Burns lived at Ellisland Farm, 10-minute drive north of Dumfries. But that's I know the town centre location. So yeah. There or thereabouts, folks. When was I there? 77 maybe? Either 77 or 78. I think 77 was Penrith. 78 was Dumfries. I think. Yeah. Who knows? Gary should be called non-runners. Killing in the name of. Is this when we were talking about had quail egg for the first time recently? I think you mentioned, Tom, you'd been curious about them. You need like 3, some people say 3, some people say 4 to make the equivalent of a hen's egg. But they can sit nicely like on the top of a burger or something, especially if you've got a smaller burger. Something like we talked about this the other day, sliders, which are like a quarter of a burger, but rectangular or square, actually square. But yeah, it's an American thing. I can't remember which. There's a chain of places, and they made burgers that were a quarter of the size of everybody else's. Sliders. But the eggs, the quail eggs go nicely on top of those kind of things, those kind of meals. Yeah. Okay, Tom had his quail eggs in ramen noodles with lentils. Okay. You have to show appreciation for the animal giving their life to feed you by eating a portion of the heart while it is still fresh. African tradition, respect for the life of the animal. Yeah, I think a lot of this is where a lot of religion kind of comes from. Once you start not praising the animal, that's not the right word, but once you start giving thanks for the life of the animal and for their sacrifice, and you can see how this happens in kind of farming in rural communities where you're taking the life of the animal yourself, you're doing it directly. You're not just buying from a supermarket. Yeah, it's not passive. It's you're taking a life, and that gets you. As someone who's used mouse traps to kill the little bastards that have driven me wild for fucking months, it's still under once or twice where I've stomped on one and got it myself directly. you're taking a life. Now I'm not eating them or whatever, but you know, I can't have them in and amongst my food. I don't want to wake up in the night and find that like the breadcrumbs from the sandwich that I had last night has got mouse poo in it by morning. I don't want to use that surface again after the mice have been there. We've had that. We've had those periods. We've had that. Um, I had 3 months of torture last year with little bastards, but still killing them, taking their life. If the mousetrap goes off and you look too soon and it's still wriggling, it hasn't died yet, you get a sense you're a lot closer to the death. It's not an abstract, it's not a distant thing. It's something you're doing. You're setting a trap and you're killing an animal. And if you're doing it for food, I actually joked about killing the mice for food. I would have at one point. But yeah, no, you're. I think a lot of people could do with being more connected with where their food comes from, what's involved, and the fact that they're taking a life in order to feed. I'm not saying let's go vegan or vegetarian or anything. I'm just saying let's acknowledge that we are the ones taking the life and all that entails. And then make an effort to not be throwing the fucking food away after 3 or 4 days because, oh, it's on its sell by date. Let's not be that guy. I'm yawning, folks. We're 2.5 hours in, almost 2.5 hours in. I'm going to try and scroll. I've got to catch up. I am way behind as far as I can tell. 22:14, and here 20:31. So I'm quarter of an hour behind at least. Ramen noodles, I'm not really that bothered about. Appreciation for the animal giving their life to feed you. Yeah, I don't know about having to heat the heart, but okay, I understand if that is the tradition in certain places. Yeah, I have never eaten beaver or martin before. I don't know what martin is, but beaver, I've eaten beaver, but not like you're thinking. Cockles are like scallops, just tinier. This is true. This is true. But you boil them and they're nice, yeah. Gary says wapani worms are a huge delicacy on it, yeah. This side as well, and the big tree maggots with the traditional Africans. Big tree maggots. What's the jungle get me out of here program? And what's the maggot? Not maggot, but there's a big white, I guess maggot that they always have to eat, or at least in the first couple of series. What was it? It is a big maggot. It's big. It's white. It's Maggot's not the right word because it's got the little legs. It's like a big caterpillar. It's not a fly. It's someone will know. Someone who's watched. I never watched the program, but we put shrimp on bread back home with mayo. Says Tommy Tombstone. What do we do? We just eat them. We just eat them with a wooden fork, a pretend fork. Pudding is milk and chocolate. To make a pudding that you're talking about, Mike, is Gary Oldham to Willis speak. Gary Old, no, not Oldman. What are you talking about, Willis? You going there? That's not Gary Oldman, is it? What are you talking about, Willis? What was he called? The little bloke. He was a Gary. What are you talking about, Willis? Different strokes. I'll remember the name of the household in a minute. The white guy was called... No, it's not there. It takes different strokes to move the world. The white guy was called Mr. It wasn't Carpenter, but it was something like that. Yeah. No. The girl ended up doing porn and killing herself with drugs. The black guy died of drugs. I think the older brother, and the little one obviously had medical conditions right from the get-go. Not Brewster. I wanted to say Brewster for the name of the white guy. That almost sounds like I'm being racist or something. Brewster's Millions. Not that. Drummond. Mr. Drummond. He was Drummond. And obviously he had the one daughter and then he adopted the two black kids. Of course he did. How very DEI of him. Oh, Gary Oldman sounds wrong. Gary Oldman's the guy out of Fifth Element. And Tina's active. What's going on back here? Hey, babe. Gary Oldman, Fifth Element, and he played Churchill in something, and I'm out of it, folks. I have no idea. Farmer says, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and subscribe. And despite having a couple of beers, I could still read that. Who knew? Now I would love some milk tart, says Gary to Farmer. Sliders are the mini burgers. They are indeed. Yeah. There was just a 7.1 magnitude quake that hit Malaysia. Really? That's quite serious if it's true. And you've got a lot of islands and stuff there, so you could have tsunamis and things, depending on whether it hit direct or whether it was off the coast. Old Man Emu. Here it is. Why on earth is Trump now wearing a yellow tie? No idea, but why not? Why not? I don't know. I'm up to date with chat, allegedly, apparently, unless I can do, if I go none and then back to live chat. No, I'm up to date, folks. All right. I guess I could talk about my week, not so much the weekend, because that's been a non-entity. Done literally nothing, gone nowhere, cooked nothing, done nothing. Slept on and off. I've slept the weekend. Is the main story for the fucking day. But the week came and went, I guess. I don't know how or why. I'd have to look back through my notes. I have not summarized them. I started to summarize them in readiness for giving a quick rundown. I guess not a lot's happened. I mean, I did the Tuesday thing, didn't I? The 10-hour live stream. But symbolic of taking the piss. What is this, the yellow thing? I don't really do politics too much, but we've still got all this stuff coming out about Matey Boy, haven't we? Epstein. What do we make of all that? And is Prince Andrew really the only one that's caught up in it all? Substantially. And what do we make of jerky? Does it mean human flesh? And if we are being ruled by a cabal of cannibal sex pests, what do we do about it? Do we grab our pitchforks and go deal with them all? For anyone legal watching, I'm asking a question. I'm not inciting violence. I'm not telling anyone to go and do something. I'm asking, what do we do? But if it does turn out we're being ruled by a bunch of necrophiliac, cannibal sex pests, maybe we do take the fucking pitchforks to them and go and do the doing. I guess why the fuck not? For the benefit of any law enforcement watching, come and take me. I don't know, folks. I don't know. What is right, what is fair, what is proper, depending on certain circumstances. And for the benefit of any doubt of anyone who might be of a legal persuasion coming after me, the entire precept was, what if we've been ruled by cannibal, blah 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 blah, paedophilic cannibal, blah blah. I don't think your normal laws apply if we get to that point. I don't think you have the fucking right to stop me doing what we're doing. Your normal fucking laws go out the window and it turns out all the judges and all of the lawyers and all of the fucking lawmakers and all of the royalty and presidents, and if they turn out to be a cabal of fucking paedophilic cannibals, I don't think your normal laws apply anymore. I think we go do what we fucking do to get rid of them. And we'll sort out the fucking aftermath after. But that's what I think. What do you think? Answers in the comments below. What do you think, guys? Does normal law continue at that point? Or do we just decide, you know what, if the rulers really are a cabal of fucking cannibal, paedophilic whatevers, we start over and make some new fucking laws. In a week's time after we've got rid of this lot. Maybe we get rid of this lot first and then we reconstitute the laws. That would be, we'd have, you got 7 to 10 days of like fucking Hunger Games or the, what was it called, the Purge. Let's do that. Let's do the fucking Purge with the cannibals, pedophiles, rapists and whatever else. Then we come back in 7 to 10 days and decide on a new set of fucking laws from then onwards. Maybe. That might work. That might work. I'm scrolling. Gary Coleman, that was him, Arnold, Gary Coleman. He was also in Buck Rogers. He did an episode in Buck Rogers. He did. How are we pronouncing that guy? The guy that was Buck Rogers. Is he Gil? Is he Jill? How did we pronounce? He just died recently, I think. Gil Gerard? Jill Gerard? Something like that. How are we pronouncing his name? Reconstitute like a Soylent Green soup, Farmer says. Yeah, exactly. After we trounce it, after we burn it all down, tear it all apart, and then we have to come back to normality afterwards. We have to build a new constitution, a reconstitute of the underlying laws. The laws that have always been, but somehow look to have been subverted, diverted. Did you see the one? Oh man, it was Asmongold again. But he was talking about a guy who had been found guilty of naughty stuff with young people, like underage people. And he got like 15 months instead of like 15 years. He got like a slap on the fucking wrist. And you look at a lot of these cases with pedos, and they get a minimal sentence, far less than you would have thought. And then it turns out that judge was a pedo as well, and was letting his compadres, I guess, letting his compadres off easy. But then, like 5 or 10 years later, it's discovered that the judge was also, he's also got a dodgy hard drive. We got to start. We need them. We've always assumed that judges should be untouchable. You shouldn't be able to go after them. Politicians shouldn't be able to chase judges. And that's how you keep an independent judiciary. But what if the judges are all part of the cabal? What if they're cannibal, paedophile fuck-ups as well, letting everyone off easy? 12 months instead of 12 years. We need a mechanism to go back and say, what the fuck? We can't just assume that judges are impartial. Why assume they're impartial? They might be part of the same fucking network. We need a method to investigate and hold judges to account and re-investigate the cases where they've judged or adjudged. Is that what's the correct verb? Where they have adjudged somebody. I'm not sure, I haven't got what's the right verb here, folks? When a judge tries a case, has he adjudged the case? I think that's the right word. Or has he just judged the case? I haven't got the vocabulary. I don't know the right word. I want to say he's adjudged the case, but I might just be making shit up out of nowhere. I'm going with adjudged. When a judge judges a case, he has then adjudged that case. I'm fairly sure. Here we go. Someone tried to break into Trump's place. Yeah, and got shot. Yeah. Petrol and a shotgun didn't go well for him. Yeah. Yeah, he got taken out by the Secret Service. And I don't mean escorted off the premises. He got taken out. That happens. I haven't heard, but I'm gonna bet without seeing any news, either him or his boyfriend was transgender. That's my gamble with no adjudicated. You could go with adjudicated, but that's judged, adjudged. I don't know. Didn't Asmongold have a stroke or medical issue? Not that I know of. It's possible, but I haven't heard of it if he did. I was watching him earlier. I find him very, very rational. Even when I don't agree with him, I still find him very rational, very reasonable, as in capable of being reasoned with. You could argue a point with him. So many other people are literally unreasonable, incapable of being reasoned with. So even when he's wrong, even when I disagree with him, I can see how he got where he got, and I can see the path that his logic took. And I'll be honest, 99% of the time I'm with him. When he's been talking about the Somalis and what have you recently, just spot on. Why are you inviting a bunch of people into a country whose IQ is like 67 or 70? And some bloke comes along, calls Asman racist as fuck, and then insists that these guys have got an IQ of 80. It's like, okay, mate, so they're still retarded even by your own logic. Asmund went with 67 to 70. You're calling them all the racist bastards under the sun and insisting that their IQ's 80, which is still borderline retarded. What's your point? He's saying, why do we want these people in our country? They come into the country and after a year or 2 years, 90% of them are still on fucking benefits. No one's earning anything. No one's doing anything. They're all on benefits. They're a drain on the normal people, on the majority. They're a drain on society. But they're not 67, they're 80. Who cares? They're all still unemployed and just on benefits after 2 years, and they don't speak English. And the ones who do speak English are con men and robbing from the fucking government. Why do you want those people in your country? They're not your neighbours. You're not taking in poor people who've been dislodged because of a volcano or something next door. They haven't gone next door. They've travelled halfway around the fucking world. That's not what a refugee is. A refugee goes to the first safe country. This is the point that people just keep fucking looking past. You're in your country, a volcano goes off, or there's an earthquake, or you go next door. And your neighbour says, come on in, friend, we'll look after you for a while. And after a year, you go back. You don't travel halfway around the fucking world. That's not what a refugee is. So I find Asmongold to be entirely rational and logical. Almost entirely. We disagree on some things. If anything, he's a bit too left-wing for me. Which is a little bit weird if you know my history with Arthur Scargill. We'll cover that we'll do that in a different Logic. I find him to be logical. He uses logic to get where he starts at a place and he ends at a place, and you see how he explains how he got there. That's logic. Um, he doesn't go with the emotional argument that the American left, the Democrats in particular, but I think it's the left in both countries. In UK are that way as well, and probably Canada, from what I've seen. Um, they appeal to emotion. Oh, the poor babies. Oh, the poor. Oh, these people need help. Oh, it's emotion, and it's not logic. And if you bring people into your country who in 10 or 20 years' time turn around and say, we're the majority in this area, you should have our type of law. We should stop elections. No, no, we want this and we want that. That's... I was watching those videos earlier. People who become a majority in another country and then start demanding that that country behaves the way they want. We had it a few years ago in France, Paris, during Ramadan. Cafe culture. People are sat outside having a wine or a beer. They're having their lunch. How dare you? Don't you know it's Ramadan? How dare you eat, drink alcohol? We don't do alcohol. Mate, fuck off. France. Cafe culture, wine. Coffee and wine and eating food through the day. And if you're doing Ramadan, you fuck off and do Ramadan behind a wall somewhere. You go do what the fuck you want. But you don't demand that the French stop eating and stop drinking because Ramadan. Get fucked. Who the fuck do you think you are? If I went to China and demanded that they changed all their society because, I don't know, because what, St. George's Day or something. We don't even celebrate St. George's Day ourselves. Bad example. But could you imagine trying to inflict your views on another country? Go to Saudi Arabia on St. Patrick's Day and demand that you can sit outside and drink your pint of Guinness. Imagine. People get arrested in Saudi Arabia if they get off a plane and they've had a beer on the flight over. If they can smell booze on you when you're then in Saudi Arabia, you get arrested. You don't get to tell people what to do in their country. You don't get to change their fucking rules. And we've got, well, there was videos of today in Manchester, the protests, the white people protesting, the English, British rising up, St. George's flags and Union Jacks, people marching through Manchester. And Abdul was out in force to complain. Abdul got out there and was trying to tell this policewoman that the Brits should be arrested for inciting them. And they were like, we're the majority here, says Abdul. And she's like, this is England. Slaps them down. They weren't happy. She'll probably get told off tomorrow. But, yeah. What do you do? The English are rising. They're starting to stand up. They're starting to say, this far and no more. And they're standing up. They're rising up. They're pushing back. And as I've noted multiple times in the past, We are many. You are not. They're a sizable minority, but the key word, minority. They're a minority. Let them know it. Stop pandering to it. So they want us to ban dogs in certain areas because Abdul doesn't like dogs. They're haram. Abdul doesn't like dogs, so we shouldn't be allowed to walk through the streets with dogs. That might be inciting violence. No. We walk through the streets, and if you get violent, you should get fucking arrested. Fuck off. Stop pandering. Start standing up. Put laws in place that protect the right to have dogs, and maybe they'll be more likely to fuck off to another country. That's the way it has to go. We have to push back, maybe not explicitly saying fuck off, but just enshrining and protecting our rights to do the normal British thing. And if you don't like it, fuck off. Seems valid to me. Chuck Norris should be president. How old is he now? He's about like fucking 90, isn't he? How old is Chuck Norris? He had a big push a couple of years ago of a teaching thing he was pushing. Let's have a look. Just for a laugh. I'm going to guess 90. Chuck Norris. Age. Single S, double. Single. Age. I caught the G by accident. Okay. Chuck Norris age. 85. Okay, so not quite 90. He's got those bright white teeth though. 85. He's quite the lad, isn't he? He is quite the lad. You got the whole thing with him and Bruce Lee as to who was the best. And did they ever fight? He says they didn't. They sparred and they trained, but he says they never fought to see who was the better. Whereas Chuck Norris was an actual world champion and Bruce Lee is just a TV and film kind of... I don't know, guys. What do you think? Chuck Norris or Bruce Lee? Don't say Steven Seagal, because then I know that you're a fucking knobhead. That guy's nowhere. That guy's fucking pretend. Even Van Damme, the little belly dancer, would have taken out Seagal. What about the he's not Danish, Swedish, Danish, Norwegian. Hold on, he's one of them. Big guy. Rocky IV. What's he called? Oh, come on. Big guy, blonde, flat top crew cut. Somebody, get me. Nobody's here for me. You're not talking to me, folks. I'm talking to myself. I'm gonna have to ask. I'm gonna go. Is he Norwegian or Danish? I think I'm gonna go Danish. And hold on. I'm just going to say Rocky 4. That's all I need to say, isn't it? Rocky Ivy, Ivan Drago. Come on. There's a picture of him. Yeah. Ivan Drago. Bam, 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 bam. Dolph Lundgren. I couldn't remember Dolph because Adolf. It's a thing, isn't it? It's a thing. The whole Dolph and Adolf thing. The the big blonde. No, shush. Shh. Uh, Ivan Drago from Rocky. Dolph Lundgren. He's the real deal. He was a world champ. I'm not sure what the sport was. Was it karate or was it kickboxing? But he's the real deal. World champion for multiple years successively. And then, didn't he get hired? He was doing close quarter protection for somebody. He was a bodyguard basically, and the somebody was talking with Sly Stallone one day, and then they see this fucker in the background doing the bodyguarding, and that was the beginning of that. It's something like that. That's the story. He was, because he was an actual world champion martial artist. He got a job as a close quarter protection, a bodyguard, if you will, and he was a bodyguard to somebody in the movie industry, and Sly Stallone was looking for someone for a Rocky film. I think that's true. Tom Hardy also real deal. He is now. He wasn't when he. God, the Star Trek film. What was that? That was an awful film. Awful film. Awful role. Feel sorry for the guy. Didn't get on with anyone on set either. So Jean-Luc Picard, all of those guys. They literally looked at Tom Hardy and thought, that's the last we'll ever see of that cunt. It was like he came in, did his stuff, went away, didn't mix with anybody, had nothing to do with anybody, and they all just thought, like, what a clown, what a dick. We'll never see that guy again. And then he goes off and becomes one of the biggest stars around. Funny how that can work, isn't it? Some actors the ones who want to stay in character, I guess it's difficult. If you're the baddie and you're staying in character, it's difficult for you to get on with the other stars around you, with the other actors around you. And so you leave a bad impression in their minds, yeah. So when you hear them now, when you hear what's he called, Jean-Luc Picard, when you hear him being interviewed about that film, they haven't got anything good to say about the guy. He didn't mix, he didn't mingle, he didn't interact. I don't know. But yeah, he's obviously he's a good actor, and he's managed to keep his career going despite that bad start. He was very young. I don't know how old he was at that point. I'm guessing early 20s, yeah? If that. Oh, hold on. Type Tom Hardy Star Trek. Get me an age. Tom, oh, that's not how you spell Hardy. Star Trek. 2002 Nemesis. There he is. How old was he? There's meant to be a clone of Jean-Luc, wasn't he? Was he in? It doesn't say how old he was when he was in. Tom Hardy, Star Trek. How old? /25. So yeah. It's a horrible film. It's really a shit. Probably the worst of the Star Trek films. In my humble... and the first one's an acquired taste. I like it more now than I did back then. But Star Trek Nemesis is probably the worst. I think. Unless you know better, tell me in the comments. Ralph Fiennes. I'm not sure why we're going there. He was a clone, yeah, okay. Ralph Fiennes. Ralph with the silent L. The silent L always annoyed the shit out of me. I could imagine being from Backpoo. If you're British, you know Backpoo. Silent L. It's a big seaside town. Backpoo. It's a little bit up the coast from Liverpool. Silent L. Rafe. What other words? When was L ever silent in a fucking word ever? Tell me a word with a silent L. It's just not a fucking thing. Silent L. Can you come up with any? I'm going to ask Google. Because I can't. We had this. This was one of the drunken conversations I had back in 1990 something. Me, the missus, and a couple of friends. Like the morning after the night before. You know when you've got drunk and stayed at a friend's, and then you wake up the next morning. But Rafe Fiennes was a fucking no words with silent L. It's not a thing. It's not a fucking thing. Words with silent, not with silent letters, but with silent L, specifically. Hold on. Whoa. Words with a silent L frequently occur in English. Oh, that's not like walk and stuff where it's where you don't hear it. Oh, talk and walk. Really? That's not really calm and half. Really? Would and should and could. Salmon. I pronounce the L in salmon. Almond. How are you? The L in almond isn't silent. Almond. Yeah, the nut. It's not an almond, is it? Almond. We all pronounce the L in that one. Oh, these are not really folk and yoke. Oh, palm. Yeah, palm, I'll give you palm. But that's... Hold on. Shit that ends in alk. Walk, talk, chalk, stalk. I guess they get more of an R sound or a yeah. That end of the pool table is the balk end, I guess. Maybe. Okay. Could, would, should. Yeah, we've accepted those. Calm, palm, palm, calm. No, I guess they're silent. Sam and balm. Home. That's not silent. Go away. No. Alright, there's more than I thought. There's more. But it's not like Ralph becomes Rafe. What the fucking. That's not a thing. That's. Alright, there's more. There are more. I know a guy online called his daughter Pterodactyl. They almost called social services on him. And he calls her Terry for short. But yeah, Pterodactyl. He draws comic books. He's quite a famous. He used to draw them for for the big companies. The big two when it comes to comics. But yeah, he was drawing a monster cartoon series, and so he called his daughter Pterodactyl, and they almost called the welfare on him. Yeah, it's a middle. It's not her actual name. It's a middle name, but yeah, why not? Lamp is silent when it jumps out and takes out your beers. Funnily enough, did I just... Hold on. Did you just watch me crush a beer can? I have, haven't I? I've just finished my first beer. And it should have stayed... It should have gone in the... It should have gone in the tripod. And I've just thrown it away. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. Oh, there's one empty. It was the second beer I've just finished. Hold on. Here's the beer can. There's one full and one empty. I didn't keep the can, so there is no tripod anymore, folks. We are now... Excuse me. We're now officially on the bipod. There are only 2 cans to hold the beer up. We are officially on the bipod, not the tripod. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Cheers, folks. The body was trying to hiccough while I was drinking. Oy, now it got me. Uh-oh, let me scroll back. Pterodactyl, it has a P. There's definitely a P at the start of pterodactyl, yeah. They are pterosaurs. Pterosaurs. Not related to actual birds in any way, as far as we know. Although birds are dinosaurs. Everyone wondered how could all of the dinosaurs have died out all at once. They didn't. There are 2 kinds of dinosaur, non-avian and avian, and the avian ones survived. Dinosaurs walk amongst us, and I've got the hiccoughs to prove it. Excuse me. Hold on, you remember we lost one of the characters in Nemesis? No? We lost one of the characters. Dinosaur. Here we go, we're moving forward now. This is where pterodactyl and everything came into things. Right? Lamp is silent when until it jumps out, like, yeah, okay. Wait. I was wondering about Steven Seagal. Yeah, no. He was offered a fight by Van Damme and chickened out. Everyone who knows anything about martial arts says that Steven Seagal is a fake. You watch all of his films and he just throws people to one side. And he's become a big fat lump. He's nothing. He used to slap women about as well, didn't he? What was the girl called out of Weird Science? The babe that they made with the computer. That was his wife, and he slapped her. He slapped her about. I think he has a criminal record for that as well, for smacking her about. Can't remember her name. Where's... Okay, let's... Come on. Weird Science. Great film. It's not SEG... Oh, yeah, the different letters. Nobody's got the name of the girl. Weird Science girl. She was a babe. Probably still is. Even if you're 70. Kelly LeBrock. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh. 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 Oh, put it away. Oh, man. Oh, fuck. If I wasn't an old man, I fucking man. Kelly LeBrock, folks. Oh. I could have entertained her for a night. At least one night. She's still beautiful now, I bet. Most beautiful ladies carry on being beautiful even when they're older. You just have to adjust your expectations a little bit, you know. They're not 25 anymore. Do you need a minute to clean up? Almost. I can appreciate a beautiful lady. I always could appreciate a beautiful lady. They never appreciated me, obviously. Very rarely. Yeah. I wasn't one of nature's, you know, I wasn't one of nature's godsends, but do need a minute to clean up. Yeah. A guy can appreciate a good-looking girl. I'm the same now. There's a girl walks down this road. I think. So I've talked in the past. You know the house with the window that got bricked up? I think that's the mum, and I think the daughter. Now I think mother and daughter. They might be related in some other way. They might know each other some other way, but I think it's mother and daughter. The mother's actually prettier than the daughter. But the daughter is very, very pretty as well. It's just that the mother's even prettier. But I have to shut up because one day they'll discover my YouTube channel, and I don't want them thinking that I'm some kind of, you know, the pervy tramp along the road. I don't want them thinking it, but, you know. I went on a date with an 83-year-old last month, and I'm 38. This is true. It is the same number backwards. I can appreciate an older woman. What would be an example? I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna give specifics. But yeah, I can. I'm sure that Gina Lola Brigida, however she was called, is that a proper name? That was a name, yeah, Gina Lola Brigida. I'm sure she was very, very pretty right to the end. Is she even dead? I don't know if she might still be alive. I might be casting aspersions here. A very, very pretty lady is going to be very, very pretty right to the end, aren't they? They're not going to suddenly become fucking ugly. Gina Lola. No, you didn't take the first N. Gina Lola. Here we go. Italian actress. Oh, she died recently, 2023. But she was pretty right to the end. How old? Born in 1927, died in 23. That makes her 96, 96, 97. Luigia. The Gina comes from Luigia. Lola Brigida. Died age 95. Hold on. That contradicts 27 to 23. In 4 years' time, that makes it 96. 95. Okay. Time of year, maybe. Yeah, okay. I always struggle doing dates, doing calculations on dates. She was a babe, yeah. But always a babe. You don't go from being like if you're 27 and you're a stunner, by the time you're 80, you're not suddenly fucking ugly. You're still a good looking dame. She felt young for a few hours. We had some wine. Hold on. Where are you going here, Gret? Hold on. I gotta go back, Gary. I went on a date with an 83-year-old last month. I'm 38. No can do. Kelly LeBrock. Who was the one who was on Big Breakfast or whatever? That the English girl with a similar name, rather than Kelly LeBrock. There was a Kelly Brock, wasn't there? Nothing more to that. She felt young for a few hours. We had some wine. It was honest and enriching to talk with her. What is a Lolo? Hold on. I think Judge Judy's rather pretty. I think you've been on the booze too much. Gina Lollobrigida. She had a few glasses of wine and asked me to walk her to her car, and we went our separate ways. That's nice. I've talked with older ladies and taken older ladies out, not in a romantic way, but just in a nice to spend time with people. Yeah. A dinner out is always a good thing. It is. I think so. That's nice. And don't discount people just because they're older. You're older. What kind of mood are you in at the minute? Are you awake or are you asleep? You're asleep, aren't you? I'll leave you. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. Hey. Yeah. Daddy cuddles you. That's okay. I got my girl, folks. I thought she might have been waking up. There was some movement, but no. She's nice and calm, laying quietly. I think I'm gonna put my jumper on. Where are we? Hold on, we're 3.5 hours into this. We start at 8, so that makes it about 11:30, yeah? I can't. 11:29, I think that just said. Okay. Hey, babe, you okay? You stay there. You stay there. I'm gonna get my jumper. And is that my snood? Okay, folks. Give me a second. It's not cold. It's just getting out a little bit cooler. Just getting a little bit cooler. So I'm gonna put the snood on. I'm gonna pull my sleeves down. Put the jumper on. Wow, can you hear that? That's one man going home. All that noise and all that disturbance is for one man to travel from A to B. It's okay, babe. You're okay. Stay. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. It's not you, it's me. It's not you, it's me. Maybe it was the noise. You don't like the noise. Oh. Hold on, folks. I'm getting there. It's okay, babe. Lay still. You're okay. Did that wake you up? The motorbike woke you up. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Let me entertain you, folks. Let me entertain you. Oh, hand over the camera. What can we do here? Here we go. Wait, let's see if we can do this. Ah, here's a mess. Of course it is. My mate Karen was supposed to cut it about 3 months ago, but didn't have the time on that trip. She'll be here in a couple of weeks, though. Are you there, Karen? Maybe you're out there. What do we got likewise? Can we... It's not really, is it? My mate Karen was going to cut my hair, but she didn't have enough time while she was out here. Fuck. Motorbikists, what the fuck? They hate people on scooters who move around silently. Let's have a scroll. I appreciate the stories the elderly have to tell. Not many people give them time nowadays. It's sad. I've always got time for older folk. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Did I get you? I don't believe I did, you little fucker. I think it got away from me. Damn it, why are there ants everywhere? No, I haven't got ants yet. The ants are dormant still here. But when they do come out, they will be everywhere. I've had flies everywhere today. I've had to... Oh, how did it go? So I've got a bag of vegetables, right? If you saw about a week ago, I was trying to make some food and the wind and the fucking rain and shit got in the way. And I brought them in. And I haven't been able to get back out and cook properly in between. And, oh God, I took the cauliflower out yesterday. No, was it yesterday or the day before? But today I had a lot of flies in here, so the rest of the bag. This is a bag of veg where I've gone in and I've tried to salvage what was left. I've cut off roots and tops and outer layers. I'd done that already. But then it was windy for 3 fucking days and I couldn't cook. And everything in the bag is just flies and insects and biddies. I went shopping yesterday and I bought new cauliflower and new broccoli. I'm not sure whether any of the old will have survived. But the fucking flies today. I had to take the entire bag back outside. And this is a bag I've already tried to salvage once. So I had a celery, a head of celery. And I think I've only used one stick off the head of celery. And there's like 9 or 10 left. And I've had to peel it and salvage it and chop it and it's outside for a second time. Probably not going to fucking survive. The whole thing's gone to waste. I've used one, maybe 2 stalks. That's annoying. For someone who doesn't like throwing food away, which is me, you know, I hate throwing food away. That's awful. You guys are talking amongst yourselves. Make sure floor's spotless, Gary. Also get some Raid ant baits. Raid, that's a brand name, yeah? Are you taking the camera with you to drain the main vein? No, okay, no. I don't think so. I did give the dog the bone from the eyes. Hold on. From the eyes being earlier. So most likely that. Lost me entirely. Eyes being pork? Question mark, Gary. I don't know. You have an OnlyFans account. The biker guys are drilling it tonight. Yeah, no, they were really going for it there with the engines, weren't they? Do you have mosquitoes, Mike? Not currently. I get the occasional. I get the very occasional fly with the it's a proboscis, isn't it, dangling down. I'm not sure if they're actually mosquitoes. The fact that you can see them means they're probably not true mosquitoes. They're probably just moscas, probably just flies. So we've got a few flies. I've had a lot of flies in here today. Whether they're mosquitoes or not, I don't think so. When we do get mosquitoes, I'll wake up in the night with I think I'm Worf. I've got so many ridges across my fucking forehead. I could be a Klingon. Yeah. No, not at the minute. As long as you don't have standing water, Mike, you shouldn't have mosquitoes. Well, I mean, you get them anyway, but yeah, no, I don't have standing water. I've said in the past, I do have like a bucket and a bowl and stuff outside, but if it rains, I do throw the water away fairly quickly afterwards. Fairly quickly. I'm not a stickler for it, you know, but within a day or two. So we don't generally attract our own mosquitoes, but they exist in the environment anyway. They are a thing. Yeah, what can you do? Mosquitoes are out there, folks. Thumbs up if you haven't already, folks, you know. Can I send you a chameleon, Mike? You can try. What are the ones that we've got here? Not chameleons. Oh, they're like newts but climb up walls. What are they called? No, it's gone, I've no idea. Or a Venus flytrap, that's a plant, so that's not gonna get us anywhere. What are the newts called that climb up the walls here? No. Maybe I can't look it up here. Maybe I got to do that on the tablet. I put you down there. I'll go here, and we'll go looking for Spanish, what, lizards or newts? They're not newts, they're lizards, but what are they? No, they're not as big as that. What the fuck is that? It's like a fucking Gila monster. Maybe I don't type newt. Let's just go with lizard. Iberian wall lizard, that's not it. Gecko, was I going gecko maybe? I was going gecko. I'm fairly sure I was going gecko. That's not, none of that's relevant now that I've got the actual fucking answer. Gecko. How do you spell it? G-E-C-H-O? I got an R in there, that doesn't belong. No. Gecko? Gecko's in Spain, yeah, thank you, that'll do. There they are. That's a little fucker with his feet that have got the pads, the inexplicable pads. Yeah. Tarantola mauritanica. Hold on. Tarantola no, there's no N. Tarantola mauritanica. Okay. Mauritanica, it's a salamander type thing, yeah? Salamancesa. Alright. Now you know. But it's not that big thing. It's not like the fucking Gila monster or any of those other monster ones. Hey, you come here to learn things, folks, yeah? That's my thing every week. You have to leave here having learned something new. And this week you learned some specific Latin words about newts or whatever. Gary says hello from Mars. Farmer posts something that I can't follow. Andy says Mr. S, okay. Iguana, no, not iguanas, they're not iguanas. What word? I did get the right word in the end, and I didn't even get it off Google. I got it while I was looking at Google, but I had the wrong thing. And now I've forgotten them already. It wasn't salamander, although that was close. It's got the feet and the pads, the little flat pads. I look it up and I've forgotten it already. And now I'm trying to grab the camera at the wrong end. It's all very, very amateurish. Mr. S, hello mate. Hello. And hello to Tina, but Tina's asleep. Can I, hold on. I'll unplug here. I will turn around here. I will activate a light. Here we go. Heb. She is, oh look at this. She's fast asleep just here. She's upside down to you because that's how she is. Hey babe. Hey. Can I get you? Can I wake you up and disturb you a little bit? I don't want to disturb you too much. I just want to show you off to my peoples. Show you to the peoples. Is that? I can't even see my own handiwork here, folks. Here she is. That way. Yeah, it would be the way. Hey, babe. Tina with a doggy collar. That's it. From Uncle Anthony. Uncle Anthony with the dog collar. Yeah. Alright, folks. That's as best I can do for you. And now you gotta come back to me and my you gotta come back to me and my ugly mug. I do apologise. Must be a shock to the system for you. After looking at the beauty that is Tina. Hey, babe. Oh, I'm sorry. There's my girl. There's my girl. Hey. Hey. There you are. Okay, folks. I did start a couple of hours early today just to try and make up for the Poe performance on Friday. Yeah. Scrolling, Salamander, Pearl Jam. Take me walking naked in the rain. Was that Pearl Jam? Cover me in ecstasy. It's either Pearl Jam or Blue Pearl, something like that. What year would that have been? That would have been early 90s. 90, 91, 92? I don't know. Since when did reptiles have a third eye? I have no idea. Snakes and lizards, what the fuck? Yeah. That damn Mandela effect again. I blame CERN. You can tell she's perturbed with you, Mike. Probably. It's probably quite annoying having me shining a light in her face while she's asleep. After 10 glorious years, the universe gifts you flies in salary as tribute. Truly the just man suffers most. What say you, amigo? I think you're right, Plato's pupil. Let me get this right. Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. Plato's pupil was Aristotle, if I remember correct. But yeah, yeah, you'd think, wouldn't you, that things would get easier over time and better over time, but maybe not. Maybe not. Gary says your place looks cozy. I don't know about that. Michelle by the Beatles was a classic. Do I know it? That's not the Michelle Marbell. Don't know. Hey Jude. Jude was Julian, wasn't it? Lennon's son. Yeah, okay. I think I'm caught up to date. I'm gonna go non and then back to live chat. Yeah, I am. That is me, up to date. We've got 14 thumbs up, folks. We always like to try and hit 20. If any of you are out there that haven't hit the button, I've got no idea what you're doing here. I don't know why any of you listen to me at all. I got to admit, I listen to me. I put me on. So the biggie the other night, the 10, 11, 12 hour one, that one. I'm about an hour and a half through it. I will put it on and listen to a bit more, but yeah, I enjoy listening to me, but there's far too much of it out there. I can't do all this and then listen to all of this back again. I don't get through it all generally. It's difficult. It really is. What I thought I might do tonight, now that I've had a couple of beers, but I've also got I have also got this. You see this? I've talked in the past. You see this aniseed stuff? I went to the shop the other day. Was it Thursday or Friday? I got one of these 1 litre. This guys, this fuck 1 litre of a 35% by volume aniseed. Liqueur is not the right word. It is a spirit. 35%. It's not a liqueur. That's a spirit. But I love it. It's so fucking Moorish. It is so. Do you know what they also had? After coming all the way through Christmas without, they've got a fucking cream whiskey liqueur thing. Basically, they've got a Bailey's equivalent now. Didn't have one at any point in fucking Christmas. But you get halfway through February and they've got a fucking Bailey's equivalent. The fuck? I was in a real coin toss the other day, whether to get the Bailey's equivalent or whether to buy this. But this is 1 litre for €7 fucking. How could you not? Oh, I don't know how long that was a big pour. That was a lot longer than I intended. I forgot to count. But guys, come on. What would you do? Is it liquor? It's aniseed. It's aniseed, not licorice. This one's aniseed. Sorry, maybe I said it wrong. This one's aniseed. There's not a lot of who can tell the difference between aniseed and licorice? It's not much of a difference. But the Bailey's thing's annoying the shit out of me. You remember through Christmas I couldn't get a fucking... I couldn't get Bailey's. Until 3 days before Christmas, I couldn't get... What are they called? The white parsnips, the white carrots, parsnips. I couldn't get parsnip. I couldn't get sprouts. These things just did not exist until 3 days before Christmas. Bailey's has not existed until now, and suddenly that's fucking everywhere. It's annoying. Mr. S, his internet is acting up. Might be back later. No promises. Okay, my friend, no problem. At least it'll be there for this Christmas. Maybe if I buy it now and try and keep it. What are the odds? If there was something like a Bailey's or something there now and I bought it now, it'd be gone by next week. The fuck? The odds of me keeping it until Christmas. Oh, it's lovely. Oh, you got the flavour, but then you got the burn as it goes down. Oh, that was nice. Oh, the burn. Oh man, that's lovely. That's a proper spirit. It's aniseed more than licorice, but there's not that big a difference between the two things. Oscar's got to go now, mate. Bye everyone. Good night, Oscar. Mr. S is that okay? That was the internet acting up. No promises. Yeah. Aniseed comes from the seeds of the Pimpinella anisum plant, while licorice is derived from the root of the... Okay. If you say so. I know we used to chew on wooden. We had licorice root. We used to chew on the wooden sticks that were the root of the tree. This is back when I had teeth, folks. I know. There are no teeth anymore. And for good reason. Kicked out, mainly. Straw rum and cream soda is also so good. Cream soda. That's a pop that tastes like ice cream. Cream soda. Used to have it. It's slightly green colour. We used to have cream soda. And you do floats with it as well. Pop and ice cream in the same in a jar, jug, glass. I don't know, in a glass thing. Some pop and some ice cream, and the ice cream would float and gradually dissolve into the mix. I don't know, what's a straw? STROH. Is that a mistype? I don't know what that is. Rum I know. Rum is obviously an alcohol. The rum, we used to have like rum and raisin toffees and things, but it turns out that rum and raisin toffees don't taste anything like rum. And I never knew. I hated rum and raisin ice cream, so I never drank rum until about 5 years ago. I'd never tried rum. I did not touch it because I didn't like these sweets. Were they Quality Street or Roses? I think Quality Street, rum and raisin. Yeah, no, that put me off for life. Aniseed has a sweet, slightly spicy and licorice-like flavour, while licorice is sweeter, richer, and can be bitter. So yeah. Licorice can be bitter, depending on how dark, how deep the flavour goes. Yeah. We used to have licorice fountains as kids, if anyone remembers. You had sherbet in the tube, and then you had licorice, and you had to bite the top off, and then you had to try and the licorice was a tube. You were supposed to suck the sherbet up, hence fountain. Yeah, you were supposed to suck it up through the center. Very rarely worked. More often than not, you're just dipping the licorice and sucking the bottom, and dipping it back in and sucking the bottom, and trying to get through the whole sherbet thing. Yeah, sherbet. I know there was what was the lollipop? Sherbet dip dap, sherbet dap, sherbet dip dap. Is that a thing? Am I making words up? Am I inventing things? Dip dap or just dip? Oh, here we go. We're off again. I'm gonna go dip dap because that's what I remember. That's not my pen. There we go. What can we type here? Sherbet. Got to add the T, yeah. Dip dab. It's a word. It's a real thing. I didn't invent it. Dip dab. Fuck you. It's a real word. It's a real name. Dip dab. There we go. Barrett sherbet dip dabs. Fuck yeah. I thought I'd made that shit up. Dip dab. What the fuck? Oops, I'm smacking things. I'm getting excited about childhood fucking sweets that I've never heard of, but that I remember. What can I say, folks? I thought it was made up words and it was real. Ring of Fire, says Gary. Hold on. Now you're going all what's he called? Johnny Cash. How's it go? Love is a living thing, and it has the shape of a ring. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 the flames grew higher, and it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire. Da 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 da. The Mexican horn things off separate. I got a Tina going off behind me over something else. What's going on, babe? Hey, hey, hey. You got a daddy. I cuddle. Here we go. It's okay. Have we calmed down? We stopped. I can't sing you any more about the burning ring of fire. We could do How High is the Water, Mama? 4 feet high and rising. How high is the water, Papa? 5 feet high and rising. We could do that one. That's another Johnny Cash one, from what I remember. Hey, man. It's my Tina. It's my Tina. Okay, babe. Okay, babe. I'm calling you babe. I'm talking to her. Okay, babe. I got you. All right, folks. Where are we? We're coming on 4 hours, which means it's deceptively early still, isn't it? It's only 12. Because I started early. I started 2 hours early tonight for some unknown reason. Yeah. Let me scroll. I'm scrolling. Johnny Cash is a legend. He is indeed. The Dutch salty licorice is the best. What's the one? Taffy, salt taffy. That's a salt toffee, I think, in America. Similar thing. Salt contrasts with toffee, but somehow works. Yeah. Dip dab, said Karen. Karen was here for the dip dab. Oh no, maybe you weren't. You just got. I think I'd already done that way before you got here. Let's have a look. Oh no, I'm 5 minutes. The clock is 5 minutes off, so maybe you were here first. Straw is a brand. I've never. That's not known to me from it. Dutch salty licorice is the best. Dip dab, said Karen. Damn, now I want condensed milk. Condensed versus, hold on. There's is it sweetened and condensed? The two that are opposites. Which is carnation? Condensed. One has, there's evaporated and there's condensed. Which way round are we? I think evaporated has the moisture gone, and condensed, the moisture's gone and they add sugar. Which is carnation, Karen? Karen will tell me. She knows. I think that's condensed. Evaporated and added sugar. But I'm no expert on these things. Sherbet lemons. Oh, I was a big fan of sherbet lemons. But then I was a fan of chocolate limes as well, which are a different. Those go in the opposite direction. Those are sour. Chocolate limes. Oh. Mandela effect. Sherbet is now Sherb RT. Really? I'm not aware of Sherb RT without the E. What am I saying here? Welcome back, Karen. What was dinner? Prime rib, medium well with garlic mash. No, it was a chip butty. Chip butty. You can't go wrong with a chip butty, can you? I've got some I've got some frozen. Well, they're supposed to be frozen chips in the freezer, but obviously they haven't been frozen all week. But I got two lots. Some are normal chips, and some are, what do you call the sweet potato things? Yeah, some of that. Pink, not pink, orange, whatever colour they are. Yeah, I got to get rid, and they need stuff I've got that needs using up. Some of it's past its best already. Some of the stuff that's outside in bags and with the flies today. Yeah, I gotta go take care of that at some point. We shall manage, folks. We shall manage. Monday is a cooking day, apparently. Hold on. They have an Italian lemon that is lemon ice cream frozen in an actual. Hold on. They have an Italian lemon that is lemon ice cream frozen in an actual lemon. That sounds far too posh for me with curry sauce. That's sorbet. Okay. So there is a confusion here in some countries between sorbet and what was the stuff I mentioned before? The in the fountain, the sherbet. Sherbet in some countries means like a sorbet. It's an ice. It's a lemon ice. It's a thing. No, that's not where I was going. This is a tangy powder. Gotta be careful not to mix it up with cocaine. It's a tangy thing that you suck on and that you can get in your nose and it can go bad. No, shush. Not that. Not that. And I even went ahead and did a good sniff myself. Sorbet with curry sauce, yeah. I have a mutton curry pie in the fridge. Mutton, sheep, old sheep. So not lamb, but actual sheep. A mutton curry pie. Interesting. I don't think I've ever had such a thing. Never. I haven't had mutton often because it's not really a thing for some reason. If you're not eating the lamb, then you're not eating the sheep. No, I don't know. Don't know. Sweetened condensed. Carnation is evaporated. You see, well, there we go with all the different. Is it condensed? Is it evaporated? Carnation is evaporated. It is a can indeed. Yeah, it goes lovely with fruit. If you've got mixed fruit or strawberries or something, carnation's lovely. Sweetened condensed. You see, we're arguing. Sweetened condensed milk is like a syrup caramel. It is kind of similar to a caramel, yeah. But not technically. Now I want bow tie. I don't know what bow tie. Isn't mutton goat? No, adult sheep. It's sheep that's not. It's sheep that's not lamb. Mutton dressed as lamb was a phrase for a lady when the mum dresses like the daughter and tries to go down the nightclub. Mutton dressed like lamb. No offense to any older ladies. We've had conversations earlier today where I admired older ladies Don't get at me. It's not my phrase. It's a phrase. It's a thing. Don't blame me. Okay. Goat. I don't know much about goat as in meat. Goat for meat. I don't know. I know they do for cheese and what have you. And I know that goats eat anything, and I know that they're massive escape artists. They'll get out of anywhere and go anywhere. Condensed milk sandwich with soft white bread. I don't think I've had that either. I don't think I would want that. Sounds like it would go well with cinnamon and banana pieces and sweetened condensed milk. It'd all go well with the banana. What's that other stuff now? That fake banana that I'd never heard of before. Plantain. What's that about? I don't know anything about plantain. It's a savoury banana, apparently. A banana that's not as sweet. I don't know. Never had it, never heard of it. It didn't exist. It's a new invention. Plantain you're used for cooking. Grill them or fry them, but can't eat them raw. It's a starchy banana. Bigger than normal bananas. Is that right? So they're bigger, starchier, and basically savoury, from what I can tell. You got to cook them to get the best out of them. Very big food in African countries. Then why am I 57 before I've ever fucking heard of them? How is there a food that I've never heard of until I'm 57? Like I'm a fairly intelligent, fairly well-read, fairly knowledgeable guy, I think. And yet there's a food out there that I've not fucking heard of until now. How does that happen? Who's been hiding it from me and why? Why did you hide it from me? Does that not seem weird to anybody else? How old were you when you heard about a plantain? You weren't 12 or 13, were you? Why is it only just here now? What the fuck? Big world. I guess. I can accept it's a big world and there are things that maybe I wouldn't have heard about, but just seem weird. Starch banana, yeah. I don't know. I'm not comfortable with the idea that I'm not knowledgeable about something. I don't like to be the retard in the room. Yeah, people have been mentioning it the last few months, but it's weird to me that this thing just a new food just arrives out of fucking nowhere. You got to remember, when I was a kid, bananas were newly reintroduced back into the UK. After the war and rationing, the UK government had to teach people how to open a banana, how to eat a banana. We had to be re-educated by the government. So my parents rather than me, I guess. But yeah. But now plantains are a thing, and it's a banana variant, and it's a thing. And I've got to be 57 and never fucking heard of it. Let's say I got to 55 or 56 and I'd never heard of it. It's been in the background a little bit the last couple of years, maybe. But weird, no? Or is that just me? I think it's weird. You know, it's midnight and there are kids up on the main road here. That's weird. Let me scroll. Big world. Plantain, popular in the Caribbean, I believe. Yeah, I think I've heard. Yeah, Caribbean and Seychelles. Fried bananas at Peruvian place, like a dessert. Yeah. They are very. I heard they weren't very sweet until they're cooked. They're less sweet than a normal banana. Like what would the word be? Savory is the best word I've really got for it. Pop them on a grill, get them soft and eat them. Yeah. Potato, tomato. Okay, potato, tomato, says Tommy. Both are supposedly recent. Do bananas grow downwards or upwards? Upwards from the tree. Upwards, don't they? They bend the branches down, and then the what do you call them? Fuck. They grow upwards. They face upwards. They're a herb. The tree moves. Banana trees walk. Let's hold on. Let's confirm. This sounds like I've just made some shit up out of nowhere, and I may well have. Bananas are a herb, and they walk. Hold on. This sounds like I'm just fucking off on one. I don't know where I've got this from, folks, but I've always known this. Banana trees walk, question mark, right? And I've got to see where it doesn't belong there. And Google's going to say true. Yes, banana plants can technically walk over time, moving up to 40 centimeters in their lifespan. So it's not day of the Triffids. They're not chasing after you. 40 centimeters in their lifespan. They do not walk with legs, but rather through a process where the original plant dies after fruiting and a new sucker, or pup, grows from an underground rhizome. Hey, babe. Tina's okay. Bananas walk. You heard it here first. I always like to leave you with some new information each week, folks. If you didn't tell me, did you know that banana trees walk? Now you know. If you didn't know, now you know, and you can astound everybody at the next Christmas party or birthday party or something. You can tell people bananas walk, and they'll say fuck off, and you go, oh, I'm not here. And it was Delta Mike told you all about the banana trees walking. It's not quite Day of the Triffids, but it's not far off, is it? Bananas are good, especially the ladyfinger bananas. They are very sweet and small. When you say ladyfingers, that reminds me of trifle. Why is that? That's the name of that's the sponge cakes. What is it? Are they ladyfingers? Karen will tell me. I think so. The sponge fingers that you put in the bottom of a trifle, they're called ladyfingers, yeah? I think so. One hangs down, but each individual banana opens up like a petal and is up. It's good. The only problem with banana trees is the spiders that come with them. They are huge. Trees are all connected and talk to one another. Oh, things being connected underground and talking to each other, connected and communicating. That's a thing. That's a thing. What's the biggest living thing on Earth is isn't it like a fucking mushroom? It's a spore underground. and it's somewhere near what's the volcano? The super volcano. It's somewhere over that way, but it's bigger than the super volcano. It's um. I've lost it, guys. I've lost the words. But the mycelium, the mycelium network underground. It's literally the biggest living entity on Earth, like 150 kilometers across or something, something stupid. I don't think I'm pulling that number out of nowhere. I think that's right. What was the super volcano I was thinking of? You know the one. Everybody knows the one. It's Huggy Bear and Yogi. What are they? It's not Yosemite. What's? Give me a word related to Yogi Bear and a super volcano. I'm gonna go Yosemite, but that's. Am I wrong? I'm really wrong there, aren't I? I'm really. How wrong am I? Hold on. I don't even know how to spell Yogi Bear. Yogi Bear Environment or Park Environment. Yellowstone, Jellystone, which is a piss take of Yellowstone. Is that where I'm thinking with? Is there a volcano? Oh, tell me I'm not just making shit up. Boo Boo. I like Boo Boo and yeah. But that's not why you called. Yogi Bear, Jellystone, Yellowstone. Hold on. If I type Yellowstone and volcano, is that a thing? Or am I just merging two different things? Yellowstone volcano. Yellowstone caldera, Wyoming. Yellowstone volcano. What do I click on? I'll just click on caldera. That's too small. That's not real. The Quaternary Caldera Complex and Volcano Plateau, spanning parts of Wyoming, Idaho, and Montana. If I stick the word super in there, does that go away? Am I merging? I might be in my head. I might be merging two different ideas. Yellowstone super volcano. Yeah, okay. Well, that is the one. How did I get here, folks? What was I talking about? Why am I talking about super volcanoes, Yogi Bear, and Boo Boo? I got no fucking idea. Hey, babe. Hey. You're okay. You're okay. You're daddy. You're daddy. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. No problem. No problem. It's okay. No problem yet. Let's put it that way. Hmm? Hmm? Calming my girl down, folks. I'm sorry. There's obviously I ended up down a dead end in the conversation, and I don't know how I got there. That's a thing that happens sometimes. When you take a tangent from a tangent from a tangent, and you got no idea why you're there. And then my doggy woke up behind me. So, you know. Oh, yeah, I'm burping. Well, oh, excuse me. The only problem with banana trees is the spiders. That was Gary. Okay, I saw that. As a child, I tried variously coloured tiny bananas in Guatemala, red, blue, green, etc. Said Tom. Wow, okay. They work on one giant link. Banana liquor is lovely. I think I had one not long ago. I don't know from who or from why. Almost as nice as an aniseed liquor. Liqueur. No, not liqueur. It's a spirit. Hmm. The outside of the glass is a little bit, yeah, tangy. Yeah. Where are we? We're on 4 hours 20 on the stream, which makes it about 20 past 12 in real life because we start at 8. 25 past. We've lost a few minutes somewhere along the along the lines, and I don't know. Gary only has white wine. That makes you very, very fucking effeminate. I did buy some white wine the other day, but it was to put with mustard for a sauce for cooking. I also bought red wine because, you know, I'm a heterosexual male. And I also bought beer. Again, heterosexual male. White wine. The fuck. They all have a walk, said Karen. What? Oh, is this about the bananas? I don't know. I can believe that because these trees actually make noise at night. No jokes. It's a bit spooky. This is Gary in South Africa. South Africa. I can't do the accent properly. Some of my comments disappeared today, says Tommy Tombstone. I apologise for that, if that is indeed the case, Tommy Tombstone. There is very limited monitoring, and there are like 3 words that get you not banned, but get your comment removed on this stream, and they mainly they're mainly related to my real name. If you post my name, your comment doesn't get through. So for those of you that know my real name, don't post it. And if you accidentally post it, yeah, similarly, it's going to disappear into the beyondness. But that's really unlikely. It's not a set of letters that you're going to type by accident. Usually. Wait. Para is a word that will disappear. So if you're trying to type Spanish, that might happen. But there's another reason for that. Ladyfinger biscuits, yeah, that's where I was going with the fingers, the sponge. I got the hiccups myself right now. I don't know why. I had one comment go today on a video comment. That's a shame. I wrote about how some cultures fry bananas along with rice and meat for dinner. Wasn't that? Hold on. The lass in America. She said that ICE, the immigrations and customs enforcement people, She said they called her the N-word. And then they monitored her and dragged it back and played back everything that had been said to her. It never happened. And she was all about rice and bananas. Wasn't it rice and bananas? No one had ever heard of fucking rice and bananas before. And she made a big thing of it. Rice and bananas, I'm proud of rice and bananas. And these guys called me a nigger, but rice and bananas. And yes, I said the word, because I'm saying what they said, or what she said they said. We have to be able to discuss things. And that means if she said they said, I have to be able to say that's what she said they said. But it was bullshit. They never said it. It wasn't a thing. And my people, it wasn't a thing. What can you do? Now, some people will object to me saying the word, but I'm saying the word in order to say that she said that they said that word. I don't think I should have to call it the N-word. That's puerile, that's pathetic, that's child. She said that they said the N-word. No. She said, they said, nigger. It's a thing. I'm not saying it. I mean, I literally said it in order to make that statement, make that phrase, that she said that they said that word. Do not police my speech. Don't force me into an alleyway. Don't. Some things are pathetic. I'm not calling somebody that name, okay? I'm not. As long as I'm not calling you, or him, or her, or she, I'm not calling that name, that word. I should be able to say that word in a sentence to say that you said that word, or she said, in order to say she said that they said that word. Otherwise, we're policing 11 fucking levels of obfuscation. He can't say and she can't say and they can't say that he said that she said that they did it. Fuck off. That, no. Just fucking no. Life's not that complicated. I've got the burps. It is fucking annoying me, the burp. But that's got little to do with the swear words. I should calm the stomach down, I think. I've still got a licorice. It's not licorice, is it? It's the other word that I can never remember. It's not licorice. What is it? Aniseed. Why can I not remember that word? I cannot remember that fucking word. Aniseed. I'm scrolling. I wrote about how some cultures fry bananas along with rice. Yeah. Earlier forgot what it was. Don't think it was this chat. You're right, Gary. Trees talk. They talk, they communicate in with their tendrils under the ground. They do communicate. Wait. Oh, fucking hell. Some messages pop up and then disappear immediately, Tommy Tombstone. Yeah, there was Farmer trying to help me with my Boo Boo and Smarter Than the Average Bear. Yeah. It's good, is that? Okay. I think it's the AI mod that's doing it. Happens on Kick a lot. Yogi. Yeah, here we go. You're all helping me with Yogi Bear and Boo Boo and Yellowstone and Jellystone and whatever he was. Yeah. Hmm. Check you've got live chat yeah, check you've got the live chat with all messages. Yeah. Some just disappear. My internet at time of posting. Volcano Geysers and a National Park. That was them. Andy's computer users. Lol. Yeah. Okay. Don't see anything erased here. I know chat has algorithms for swear words or what it thinks are banned words, but not sure. I have all of that turned off, guys. I turn off as much as in my power to turn off moderation and censorship and all. Look, I just said nigger twice, 3 now. Um, can you guess that I have all the moderation turned off? Now, if you come here and you call somebody that, if there's a guy who's if there's a guy whose name is obviously Abu Dhabi or something, and you call him that, I will ban you. But I will use those words just in describing other people's. If I'm describing that somebody else said that word, I will put that word. It's just obvious so to do. But I'm not calling people those names. I'm not that guy. Uh, generally. Generally. If you're trying to sell my 93-year-old grandma new gutters that aren't really new gutters, and I'm probably going to call you those words down the phone line because why wouldn't I? It's horses for courses. I developed the hiccups at some point in the last half hour, and they're determined not to go away. But we'll roll on, folks. We will roll forward if you will allow me to roll forwards. We have got 18 thumbs up. 20 is always the target. If there's a couple of you out there that haven't hit that button yet, and you're not too offended because I've said the N word at least 3 times already, and now I'm saying the N word, which offends me more than actually the N word does, but maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. We will move on. I started early. I started at 8 today instead of 10, and so at half past midnight, are we? We are there or thereabouts. It's all very different from where we would normally be at this point. I'm going to come to the bottom. I'm going to scroll back. Going back to the sherbet fountain. Do you want me to bring you on? I'm interested how you were supposed to eat it. I can't bite the top off, can I, without teeth? I'd have to take like a penknife or a pair of scissors and snip. A sherbet fountain would be nice, just as a throwback to childhood, I guess. I mean, yeah, maybe, possibly. I think that would be nice, without being too much take the piss. Scrolling, Anna said Gary. I think this is me unable to separate aniseed and licorice. It's that thing. Oi! I'm burping still. Not seen a peach for many years, come to think about it, Mike. You need to ask a pass to use the N word. I've got no. I don't need a pass. I just say the fucking word. If I want to say nigger, I'll say the word nigger. I mean no offense to my. I have. Look. I have many non-white friends. I think most, if they listened to this podcast or whatever this is, this stream, I think most they would know where my speech was coming from. It's from the point of view of free speech, being able to say shit. At no point have I called anybody that word. And I will vehemently tell you now, I almost never would. I have told you that once I did use that word against a person, but he was trying to con old people. He was scum. He was sat in a fucking call centre in India, and he was trying to rip off people, and he was a cunt. And if I call a cunt a nigger, then I haven't got a problem with that. That would be the one exception I would make to not calling people that name. It's not a word I would call people ordinarily. It would be exceptional. But someone sat in an Indian call centre trying to rip off old folk. I will make an exception for that. And I will call them that name. But ordinarily I use that word in discussions about whether or not we can use that word. I'm not using that word to call people that. And I hope most people who can listen to normal discourse can understand that that's the case. But I am deliberately pushing boundaries by saying nigger. I freely admit I'm pushing boundaries. It's out of the ordinary. You wouldn't normally do it. I wouldn't normally do it. But I'm talking about whether you can do it. It's not him, it's not her, it's not them. Except for the guy in the Indian call centre that's trying to rip off a little old lady. They have other words. There are other better words for calling Indian scammers. There are other words that are not that word. It's not even the best word for that job. But I say the word in discussing whether we can use the word. But you haven't heard me call anybody that name. Have you? I don't think so. So I think that should leave me okay. Now, if YouTube decide different, blah, 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 whatever, 7-day, 30-day, 60-day ban, whatever, I don't hardly care. In discussing that word, I shouldn't have to say the N word. That's puerile, that's childish, that's pathetic. Using a phrase to describe a word is redundant. It's inefficient. Why do I have to use 3 words to describe a word? That's ridiculous. It's pathetic. Do not police my speech. That's where I get angry. That's where I rise up. And that's when you want to fucking fear me. When I rise up. Well, I'm being a normal, everyday, nice guy, just using nice words, talking about shit. But if you force me into a position where I feel I need to fucking rise up and campaign about a word, really? One of us needs to check ourselves, and I'm not sure it's me. Here endeth the lecture. Oh yeah, folks. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna be a normal guy. I'm gonna chat normally, and I'm gonna relax. And you can either relax with me or relax against me. I would like a couple more thumbs ups. I know that I'm a little bit controversial at times when I'm saying those words. I know that it's controversial. I know it's not for everyone. But your right to say those words is important. In my humble opinion, you may or may not agree. And if you disagree, we discuss it. Come and tell me. Say how wrong I am, either in chat live or in comments after we're done. I've said a few words tonight that most people wouldn't say. That's a thing. It's a thing I do from time to time. But you've never heard me call anybody that name. And I think that's the important part. I wouldn't. Very, very, very rarely. I reserve the right to, though. I don't think that it should be legal to call someone that name. I really don't. But it would be exceptional. Someone trying to rob a little old lady. Of course you're going to call them a fucking name. You're going to call them the worst name you can think to call them. Aren't you? I am. I'm going to call them all the bastards under the sun. Yeah. I think so. So yeah. I don't think I'm the bad guy that some could make me out to be. But I'm open to them making me out to be the bad guy. Go for it. Tell the world what a cunt I am. I'm the bigoted, racist, transphobe, sexist, misogynist. I'm all the ists and all the phobes. Yeah. Go for it. Go for it. I'm the bigoted, misogynist, racist, da. I even say nigger. I do. Hey, come at me. Bring the names. It's not me. That's words. They're just words. Sticks and stones might break your bones, but words will never harm you. It's that, folks, it's that. I'm demonstrating it in the most hyperbolic way I can. But that's all it is. It's words. What else do you want? All right, there's lots of other things going on now. I've been talking to you guys now for nearly 5 hours, 4 hours, 44 minutes, and we're getting a bit bogged down and maybe in this stuff. Let's draw a line under this. we draw a line under the naughty words and the conversation, and we move on with. You okay, but Tina's okay. My doggy behind me is reacting. I don't think to anything that's happened outside. I think she's been asleep and. You okay? Tina's okay. Okay. You're okay, baby. Hey, wait. You're okay. Tina's okay. Right, folks. 4 hours 45 minutes. Let's talk. Let's talk to the peoples without the words. I never thought of broccoli as a weapon, but could work for sure. It's very solid. Lemons and bananas, they make fantastic weapons. I did buy broccoli. That was yesterday, not today. I went to the supermarket and I bought both cauliflower and broccoli. Now I had cauliflower here that was going off, and I'd brought it outside because too many flies in there giving it grief. It's probably entirely throwable now. There's probably not much salvageable from the cauliflower. But I bought broccoli as well. I love broccoli and cauliflower. For me, now you're going to be different. You're going to love the florets. I love the stems. The stem is where it's at with broccoli and cauliflower. I have to cut the stem off and then shave them down and either boil them or fry them really quick. Tina, steady. I am, folks. I'm sorry. I know I'm coming up on almost 5 hours, 4:46. I do need the little boy's room a second time. Okay, I'm gonna mute the microphone. I do need to just turn the camera a little bit this way for reasons, and I will be back with you in moments. All right, folks. You won't have seen that, but Tina woke up, came across into my side of the bed, and occupied. She tried to be the alpha. in my part of the bed, and eventually had to back down and go back into her own part. But that's my Tina girl. I can turn you back this way a little bit now. I can have a drink of proper beer, but I'm at the end of this can, so we're going to have to do the whole swapsies again. Very soon. About another 3 seconds. Hold on. We're going to pick the lamp. We pick the full one. Hold on. We've got a second empty. And now we gotta check the lamp and put the lamp back on 2 empties. Hold up. Whoa, that almost fell this way. Alright. I think that worked. Maybe. We are 4:50, so it's like 10 to 1. Is that right? Cheers, folks. Let's see who's still here. Those say 12:30. Those are behind, though. Yeah, I'm nearly half an hour behind chat, apparently. That's because I went off on a rant with my what would you call it? I don't think I'm racist, folks. I honestly don't think I'm racist, but I could see how someone could make the argument that I was racist. So I don't know how to settle that one. I don't believe I'm racist, but I accept you could make the argument that I was. And some of the words that I throw out, the conversation I have, yeah, you might disagree with me, you might think I'm wrong, you might not accept that those words should even be used. All of the above is possible. And I don't decry or deny any of it. I acknowledge it head on, face on, full on. It's my fucking is. You make your decision, I'll make mine, and we'll move on from there. I have not seen anybody else say those words on YouTube in the last year. I've not seen anybody say those words. That word in particular. I don't know whether that. I don't think that means I'm good. It doesn't mean I'm a good guy or a bad. It's a word. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me. I go from there. I build from there. That's my precept. That's my a priori starting point. That's what a priori means. That's my starting point. Others may disagree, and I'm happy to have that discussion. But so far, nobody's really raised a cogent argument against me. YouTube certainly haven't banned me, although I'm a small channel that they've probably not really noticed. It would probably need somebody big to complain against me and then start the war or the battle. But what do you do, folks? I don't know. Let me scroll. Never thought of broccoli as a war, but there you go. Roald Dahl, maybe. Wrote about woman whacked her husband with a frozen fish and served it to the detective when they came knocking. Oh, save something to save the murder weapon to the detective. There's another one I'm thinking of that kind of sound. Not to Hobson's Choice. Oh, what's the one? There is a similar era program, book, TV. I've got a story half embedded in my head that's similar. Do I? I think I do, but I can't get there. It is one of those tales of the unexpected type of. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's the same story. Maybe it is that. That's interesting, yeah? I think so. I don't know, guys. I don't know. What do you think? A fish could work well. Fried green tomatoes and something like that. So that reminds me of the Whistle Stop Cafe. Fried green tomatoes at the Whistle Stop Cafe. I don't know. Don't know. It's a long time ago. James and the Giant Peach. Now there's one. With the boy and the, was it an ant and a spider? Something like that inside? Like a literal ant. Ant as in the insect and a spider. Ants are insects, spiders are not. Is that right? If you haven't got 6 legs, you're not an insect. All insects have 6 legs. I don't know. Rewind. I guess it depends whether you're at the beginning of the day or the end of the day. Legs and spiders and ants and insects and giant peaches. Don't remember. It's all so fucking long ago. It's all. Was it Roald Dahl? Was that Roald Dahl? And was he also Danny champion of the world? Danny champion of the world. That was to do with catching pheasants. I think it was to do with catching pheasants. Him and his dad used a razor blade, cut open some. What did they cut open? Currants, raisins, something like that. Then put a sleeping drug together and then stitched them back up. I don't know. Fuck. I'm nodding off. I almost fell asleep there, folks. I'm trying to remember children's TV stories from various books and yeah. But why? Oh, we're coming from 5 hours, 4:58 and 57. I think we're going to call it quits soon. Are we going to do that here? We could do that here. We could call it quits on the 5 hour mark. A lot earlier than usual, but that's because we started 2 hours earlier than usual. My ant is not an insect, says Tom. This might be correct. But if you took a lift in a giant peach, it would make her more likely to be. Happy birthday to your mum, Karen. All the best to her and many more. Did I miss? It's mum's. Oh, I missed. Karen said it's her mum's 80th. 2051. Hold on. Which side of the? Karen's calling it a night. I've been up 18 hours. I can't keep my eyes open. Night, everyone, says Karen. That was at 12:49. Oh, I'm quarter of an hour away again. Sorry, Karen. But good night to you, to Christine. You know how much I love you, Mum. I give Christine a shout out whenever I can. So good night. I'll say this exactly on the 5 hours and a few seconds mark. But good night to Christine and happy birthday. I'm not sure that was for the day just gone or the day just coming, but either way, good night, babe, and happy birthday. All the best. That's the best I can do. I don't know. Where are we? I don't know whether we're on this. Oh, it's your mum's birthday tomorrow. So yeah, the other side of the good night. Hold on. And of course 1 o'clock my time, 12 o'clock Karen's. We're only just into the birthday girl's day. We're only just into it. It's Christine's birthday now. Now, Christine. Now. Happy birthday. Sorry if I fucked it up and messed it up, but you know. Let's keep going. My auntie's not an insect, that was Tommy. Okay. Yeah. That was the James and the Giant Peach thing. Yeah. Oi. We are only just, aren't we? Okay. What do you think, folks? Shall we call it quits any minute? I guess we could. I'm clearly struggling to stay awake, and yeah, maybe it's better just to draw a line under it and say good night. It's been quite the weekend, if I include the other day where I fell asleep and couldn't wake up, and all the rest. I guess, yeah. I'm falling asleep now. All right. Shall we do this in the manner to which you've become accustomed? I can't really. Hey, babe. You're going to talk to the peoples for me. Let's see if I can get her to just warm up a little bit for you. Hey. You talk to the peoples. Okay. Hey, babe. It's okay. You're okay. You've done nothing wrong. Okay, folks, we're going to draw a line under it here. I can't just keep going on. I am quite tired. So, here we go. From Tina, who is really not that interested in you just now. But from Tina, let's have a go. And from me, Delta Mike, out. Catch you later, folks. Bye.